And
Hello, everyone. Welcome, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers. Your Rolling with Advantage has landed you here at D4&After. I'm your host, Ross Lee, and I'm joined by everyone today.
Hey.
This is the long-awaited final D4&After, where we're going to discuss all things campaign-related. No holds bar. Dustin and Devin and the whole cast are here joining us to go over a lot. So please, I know there are a bunch who submitted questions on the Discord. Thank you for those of you who submitted questions the last few months. And thank you all for your patience as we have been working through just real life and an effort to make this happen. So appreciate everyone being here for this. So if you have a question that you did not submit in the Discord, please feel free to drop it in the chat. I will do my best to track those and follow those along throughout the evening. We are planning a pretty full night because we are going to actually start a little bit. Before we go to the whole campaign, we're going to wind it back a little bit. And we're going to go through a little bit of what happened in 2023, kind of picking up at the tail end of 2022 and go through 2023 and hit the highlights. So just to give some burning answers to some of the more burning and pressing questions that may be out there for the tail end of the campaign this year. So I don't know. Do we have any sponsor reads that we need to do this evening?
Just the wonderful idle champions of the Forgotten Realms. If you exclamation point.
Yes, there is a code.
Yeah, it is in chat. Exclamation point code. Then you'll be able to get that up to date code. It's up to date now.
I guess
so.
Other people, I don't know. I guess people here who are doing other stuff related to like D&D can plug their own shows and stuff as a suggestion. I guess instead of ads.
Yeah. If we want to make that quick to go across the board. We're good.
Yep.
I thought y'all were doing something. I'm sorry.
No.
On socials for something being announced. #vague post.
I'll be at MomoCon as a guest, running games and panels and stuff. That's the biggest thing. I think Goblin's going to be there as well. There'll be a few of us there, so that's the big.
Y'all, they're letting me moderate a panel.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Dustin's on said panel.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
But it's gonna be so much fun. Who else? Anyone else got anything else you want to plug? Anything else
I occasionally stream at Dictator Pinguino. If you enjoy hanging out with me, come back and hang out. I'm gonna be streaming a lot of Street Fighter 6.
Yay!
I'm constantly doing something, but I'm never gonna plug it.
I'm just waiting for this to turn into a Hollywood Squares.
Amazing. What about you, Kat?
I started a YouTube series called Real Nightmares, where I take horror movies that are based on a true story and I compare them to the true stories they're based off of. So that's been a lot of fun.
It's so
really
good.
Really interesting. And Katie here, Goblin Katie, helped me out with the last episode.
Hey.
So that was super fun and a huge lifesaver. And thank you for that.
That's great.
Yeah, which was on The Conjuring, if anyone in chat likes horror. So
it's
I will say I don't like horror movies, and I love these videos because it's a lot of like information and facts without the jump scares, which makes me really happy.
I have a lot of people in my life who don't like horror, so I end up like summarizing stories all of the time.
Yeah, it's really informative. That's the thing I like.
Anybody else?
Awesome. Anybody else got anything you want to plug?
I think we should get into this.
Yeah, let's go.
All right,
we might have a few things to talk about tonight.
Oh yeah. Especially since we are covering a little bit of the last year first, and then we're getting into the broader campaign. So
it's only 5 years.
Yeah,
only 5 years,
stuff.
over 200 episodes of
so much content. All right, well, if you all can step back with me to about episode 140-ish. Well, I'll use ish as a heavy disclaimer there. There's a few things that I wanted to talk about, especially related to kind of the Fall of Waterdeep, pre-Fall of Waterdeep, some things going on around that time period. And I want to start off with a group question. Actually, before I do the group question, the Stone of Golar was finally had its day of reckoning, shall we say.
Okay. Yes.
The Stone of No More.
Yeah. What was it like? And this may be more geared probably most towards Seisha. Seisha, what was it like to finally have to let go of the stone?
In game or out of game?
In game. Out of game. Out of game. Yeah, that too, but
it was in game, it was really hard because Seisha believed that this was her value, was information and knowledge. And she didn't recognize the harm it was doing. At a game, Katie was really sad because I loved having a legend lore every day.
And
Also, that
Fair.
perfect memory really saved our butts more than once.
Oh yeah.
I will say the stone that I was holding actually met its demise months earlier when the one that Dustin and Devin had painstakingly made was eaten by my dog.
Yep. Stella got to Golar first.
Stella?
It looked it was perfect. It looked exactly like the one from Beetle and Grimm, except it didn't have the eyes in it. And Stella ate it.
Yep, we were gonna have this thing where we would give you the eyes and you could put it into the stone, but
But my dog ate my stone of gold.
So we just used the one from Beetle and Grimm, and it was what it was.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much. I think that was kind of one of the first steps that I felt like that was a really big moment for Seisha, but it was also kind of a precursor to just all the stuff that was about to really hit off in Waterdeep.
Yeah.
One of the things that you all did as a group was the Mythal ritual to protect Troll Skull. Yeah, and I want to hear from kind of everyone on this. So, and I'm going to pick someone at random to start and then just kind of go down the window on this one. What was it like and how cool was it to be able to do a Mythal ritual to just in that moment, know that, hey, we're actually working to protect the city. We know what's going on. We know that there's something big about to go down and we're actually proactively working on this really cool thing to help protect everyone. And I'm going to pick on Rhea.
Oh yeah. So I particularly loved that because Vinley's whole vibe was magic. It was her culture, it was where she's from, it's what she hunted after every single episode. So to for her to be able to do a Mythal, I think it was not the end of the journey for her in her mind, but when you get to a top of the roller coaster and your stomach starts to flip, it became real in her mind, oh, I can for sure, I can do this. And I'm a part of history. That's incredible. It was so much fun to be able to do that in a game. It's why I love D&D in particular, is when it gets to those epic levels, you start making history for the world. And I love it.
Yeah. It's so much fun. Let's see, Ray and Harold.
Oh,
Were you paying attention?
yeah, of course.
Harold.
The Mythal was very, very cool. I definitely feel all the Mythal stuff I still feel so outside the loop on. The whole time I was like, I get it. It's a really, really powerful spell. But that's as far as my brain went. I was like, oh, it's a really powerful spell. I get it. Because I'm, I've said it before, but I wasn't, and I'm still not incredibly knowledgeable on the D&D setting. I know a lot more about the rules though. But I wouldn't say so for me, it was a very cool moment to be a part of something pretty amazing, but I didn't know. And to this day, I still have no idea on the scale. I assume it must be incredible considering it's still working. If you look at Troll Skull, no matter what time of day, it's boy, there's nobody in there and everything's good. Or it's screwed up and everything's bad. It's probably the other one. But it's not. And so it's definitely a weird situation where it was such an obvious necessity, but I had no idea what would happen or what would go on, and I was just yeah, Mythal, sure, I'll do it. Of course I will. The crew's doing it, I'll do it. And I could have been the exact same situation with a hat, where I just had given my soul to somebody else as well, and now they have to bicker over who it is. But yeah, that was my feelings on it.
I thought it was neat just because it's like it's not one of those things you tend to see, at least in my experience, you don't tend to see those sorts of things in like typical just like campaigns. I mean, it's like group goes here, group does this, accomplishes this, but this like was a big lots of red string that sort of tied into something that really felt like it paid off. And that was really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. Else, Sasha, did you participate in that? I think
not.
so.
No, I
okay.
watched from the sidelines.
Okay. Ellie, did you, Karina, participate in that one? No.
Karina,
I don't think I was on the show at that point.
We still had
yeah, that's right.
boss, and that
Yeah.
that was part of why I stayed out.
Yeah, that was pre me.
Yeah. It was right around that cusp. I forgot about that.
Was
all
Lauren
right.
there?
I don't think so. I was there for when we did the Troll Skull Alley one, but
Yeah,
not.
that's the one we're
that's
talking
Is
about.
that the? Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I thought there was another one that we were talking about. Yeah, I
No,
was there for
this one.
that. I am like Rhea and Vinley. I thought it was super, super cool. Orkira had no idea what was going on, except was very interested in the end all of it, which was we're going to be protecting people. And so she just kind of trusted that the people who were smarter than her knew what they were doing and threw in whatever she needed to throw in. But it was a lot of like, this seems like a lot of work, but I guess it's going to be a good payoff. So, but I thought it was really cool.
Yeah. For the characters who were there, and not necessarily directly contributing, but watching, what was it like for you all? So this would be our non-magic users who were there. So
Sorry, remind me the exact event.
The mindful that we did they did that put the shell around Troll Skull to protect it when the city fell.
So was this the team proactively like did it's created like a safe
Big
haven space
ritual.
in the event
Yeah,
that something went.
Yeah, that.
For that specific shield.
Mhm.
Just thought it was cool. I don't have many. I got no notes.
All good.
It certainly became more important afterwards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Especially
yeah.
with individual characters, finding out about what had happened in Waterdeep or figuring out how to get back into Troll Skull when you couldn't teleport in. So like it provided some interesting problems to get around.
Yeah.
Yeah. It becoming like a safe haven for people in the town was nice. But I guess ever since like we reestablished connections with the Veterox, that became the new safe place.
Mhm.
And that nowhere, even Troll Skull Manor, didn't feel safe to her. With or without the mithril spell.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's
So-
very fair.
It was from Sasha's point of view, it was beautiful watching the people she loved basically protecting the people she loved who couldn't protect themselves. And that was kind of a moment that she realized, oh, okay, we're doing this. Watching the magic users basically come together with some of the people in the alley was a confirmation moment that we weren't actually alone, that we were supported, and that we might actually be able to do this, which was really welcome considering what we had just been through.
Yeah.
And she was still trying to suck up to Voss, so that was part of why she didn't do it.
Boss, what was his perspective watching that demonstration of magic?
I don't believe I was there. I left at episode 131.
Oh, I thought you were there.
No.
What am I thinking of?
He left when we were in the
That's
mountains.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm
That's
back
a
in
good
the
point.
city by this
Something
point
in the
time.
mountains that we
He,
did.
yeah, he left right
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
V reconnected with the Veterox.
that's right. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm pretty.
It's okay.
I mean,
For
it's
once,
a,
I remember something. So
I got no excuse. I got my notes wrong. So
it's
There's
a
a lot.
Hey.
it's a
There's
lot
a
of
lot that went on in this campaign.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's a lot
Just
of
a little
content
bit.
to think of. I'll chime
Dustin,
in.
I was going to say from the DM perspective, what was that like offering that to the players?
So what was really awesome about offering this to the players is one, a lot of bad things were happening, and when the players and characters started to feel hopeless and like they're up against a world that is ending, which is kind of Lovecraftian horror, right? When you're up against cosmic beings, the horror isn't these monstrosities. It's the feeling of insignificance you are against the cosmos. But where Forgotten Realms has these, where 10th and higher level magics don't exist anymore because of history and how it ties to the goddess of magic and all of that, there are still things where very powerful mages can get together and channel their weave, which is the magic essence of the world, to create these powerful spells that mimic 10th level and higher. It was really awesome to offer that to the players, but one of the bigger reasons why we did it is because later on in the story, there were other key notes that's like, hey, now that you know what a mythal is, you understand what we're talking about when we talk about the sacrifice of Kelp and Aronson. You learn about like how these other mythals were used and how mythalars are made, because these are the big things that were other story point things. So the players would be like, what are you talking about now? And be like, no, you've participated in this. You
You did this.
yeah, you know, you may not have done the one that we're talking about now, but you understand this on a personal, intimate level because this is something that you have done as a character.
That's awesome. I love how you guys routinely balance throughout the whole campaign, and especially through the end in general from a DM perspective, and then you offer this to the players. It's just that those waves of like hope, despair, and you're just kind of sending them along that ride. So
Or, just despair.
Look, there's only one or two fights you guys technically failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, which ones did we fail?
Well, Harold and Vinley dying, and
The
you
first
guys ran.
Manchurian fight.
Oh, we survived that. I mean, the majority of the party lived. That's a win.
Okay, hey, you know what? If that's what you guys are saying, awesome.
No,
That's
I'm
not a win.
win.
That's definitely a loss.
No.
It's a win, guys.
It's a win.
We came back.
And
Exactly.
I can't remember the other one, but I remember there was one that it wasn't like as big of, and it's not really a failure. It's just like as big of a loss as that one. But there was one where your win wasn't as good as it could have been. I forget exactly what it was, but those are really the only two major times where we were like, "Ooh, the players could have done better."
We got through a lot by the skin of our teeth, though.
True.
I'm gonna say
Just a
the
sweet
first half, the first 1/3 of the campaign, I don't really remember like fighting ever. I just remember always being incapacitated.
Yeah, there was
Like
I'm
literally
surprised that
every
answer wasn't
fight.
shopping.
Oh,
Yeah,
just
it's
no,
50,
the
it's like
shopping
50,
episodes were
50.
some of my. No offense to the guys, but I
Yeah.
loved the shopping episodes.
I just remember always being like, and you're doing nothing, and it's like, all right, cool.
I mean, I'm gonna tangent for a second, just to probably
Jeez.
one of my favorite moments is with V, and I also we've missed Cheese a lot too. Now that we're virtual again, but
mic over.
is from those just almost like side quest missions, I'd say, where but it's
Lanky boy.
it is Do you need a tissue? I don't have one.
I don't have one, but you look like you need one.
I
You should go
quote
get
that
one.
to this day. Like if I'm looking back on the campaign, like that moment, just like that is like the most perfect like example of just V in a nutshell. Of
Also, the pick up a child, toss it.
yeet the kid out the window. Yep.
I did throw a child out the window, but I did think that for some reason Vinley would be like, "Yeah, Featherfall," like
I
without
just wanted you to get the
communicating
kids
that.
out.
Yeah, it's good.
Those
it's
early
good.
sessions.
Yeah.
I
But
love
I'm
that.
getting ahead of myself. I know we're still talking about this past year.
No,
but I had to
that's
just
good.
bring that
That's
up
good.
because it was
Those
so
organic
good.
moments, I love them. So while we're on the subject of V, so all the city stuff happens.
Yeah.
V, you go to kill your dad, and the
Damn.
boss is there with you.
Yeah.
What was that like? How did you like? Boss shows up. What is that like for V, knowing what she's about to do, knowing that she's going to have help from a person that she hates?
So V, the entire campaign, it wasn't really a secret that like Boss reminded her of her dad, but just like in a different skin, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
like in the way that in which he like operates. Another thing that like makes V angry, besides the fact that she felt like she saw this what she considered evil side of Voss, that nobody else seemed to like notice or care about or see or like worry about, was she at times also struggled with just like, because V's never truly like hated someone with like her whole being before. Like that's just not something she commonly ever did growing up, and she wasn't really somebody who always held like really intense grudges. And so to have somebody like this come into her life, she would every so often like forget that she hated him. And then have to remind herself, oh yeah, this guy's evil. I don't like him. Like and she hated herself for that, for being like, why do I keep trying to see the good in everybody? When it reaches a point where she's like, because she had to grow up to a point where it didn't matter if there was good in certain people. Like they're doing things that's putting everyone else in the world or your loved ones at risk. Like they have to be taken care of. And it was like something she like struggled with, was her back and forth of like liking Voss and like hating herself for liking Voss, and always reminding herself that she does hate Voss. And every single time she would get comfortable is when he would just say something that just infuriated her and would start the whole cycle like all over again. Every single time she felt like maybe we can like, you know, team up. Like he says or does something where she's just like, I just can't. And so that was, she knew that if somebody was going to kill her dad, that it was going to be her. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if Voss did. She also knew that if Voss killed her dad, she was going to die trying to kill Voss. Like that's what she was going to do. Like she wasn't going to let this man take like what she felt like her life choices from her, things that she believed were like deserved to be hers. Like she grew up with the man, she went through all the stuff with the man. She should be the one to make this decision, not just some guy who like knows it, who came in from the outside and is just like really black and white with the world.
It's almost, it from what you're saying, it almost sounds like V was a victim who was trying to sort of reassert herself and take something back from the person who took everything from her.
Yeah, it was like it's hard to put into words because I work, so a lot of my character development with V, a lot of it wasn't ever really like vocalized because those conversations just like didn't come up.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be time to really get into it. But yeah, basically she went into that knowing that she was probably going to kill somebody, whether it
Who?
be her dad or Voss.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the way in which Voss like makes her feel whenever he's like, when he I can't Logan, I can't remember. You did tell V that. Did you tell V or did you just tell me as a player that your plan was to kill V if she didn't kill her dad?
He
So
said that
that
out of
was
game.
You
when
said that
we said that out of game whenever we did that interview
that
a
was out
little
of
while
game?
back. Which,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
if you watch that fight, Voss is more than willing to hang back and let you two just beat the shit out of each other over an
Yeah.
extended period of time just to collect the scraps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's sort of like this arrogance to like your character to Voss that just like drove V insane to like a kids on the playground level of like a kid being like, this is why I didn't want to hang out with you. You're annoying. It's like, I was the one who didn't want to hang out with you. You're the one who's annoying. And they're just like, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. You're just saying that because I just called you annoying. It's like, no, like really, I was thinking that. And you just said like, it's like that level of like frustration, but like on a much larger, like darker scale, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like she just gets so easily flustered and frustrated to where it's like she knows she's smart and she feels this need to have to convince him the way that she always felt like she had to convince her dad that she's capable and smart. And no matter what her choices were, it didn't matter. It was going to seem like it was always going to come across to her that no matter what she did, Voss was going to act like it's what she wanted him to do. It's what he wanted her to do all along, if that makes sense. Like he's really the one pulling the strings, and really my choices don't belong to me. They belong to Voss and his master manipulation.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I
so
think-
that was something that like she felt so robbed of like her what's the word? Free
Agency?
will agency. Yeah,
Mhm.
because like, and she always overthought every choice involving Voss because of this, because she's just playing 5D chess in her head, being like, if I do this, is this somehow going to be turned around and be like, this is what I wanted you to do? Because it always made her like, it's weird. It was like she was trying to prove herself to him, but she'd also get mad at him if he like praised her. It was so weird, but like it was this never ending, always losing cycle that like heavily reflected her relationship with her dad growing up.
Yeah. Patrick, I know that Voss in this moment, Voss is already playing a long game.
Oh yeah.
For Waterdeep. Obviously, again, I think we talked about this a long time ago. If you, to your point, you watch the fight, Voss kind of steps in, hangs back a little bit, and lets him duke it out. What was the kind of the driving factor, and how did this piece fit into the longer term for Voss in the city? Obviously, there's the removing Ellerthak portion, which is kind of obvious, but was there anything else that was more subtle that maybe the audience might not have picked up on for Voss's motivation in that?
There were a couple of things going on here. One, Ellerthak did need to die. That was something that had to happen simply because he had access to the eldritch horror that existed in the Star Mounts. And as far as Voss knew, he was the only one who could get back at it. And as long as he was alive, that was always going to be a threat overall. Secondly, there was always the possibility of, with V gone to the Star Mounts and Ellerthak dead, that Uthal would then be leader of that house, along with all of its assets, all of the things associated with that. And he was beginning to build a relationship with Uthal, as he had done with a lot of different noble houses beforehand, the Growlhunds, everything like that. And just, it was essentially establishing the power base that he would need in order to continue things forward. Killing V would have been a bonus if necessary. If it could have happened by Ellerthak, all the better, because that would have turned Uthal far against his father. And would have given him the drive and motivation to essentially see the wisdom in the machinations at hand. There's always a number of things going on, but for that particular moment, it was just about killing Ellerthak and what else can I get out of this? Like, what else can move essentially the plan forward, because after a point that's what it became about, was
Yeah.
what moves the plan forward, what needs to be thrown on the pyre, what needs to be done in order to ensure that the future that needs to be made for the survival of this city moves forward.
I don't know that I've ever seen a player as capable of building a network and executing a long-term plan. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that as well as Voss.
Yeah,
It was honestly a little scary for,
Yeah,
for
it
watching.
was wild to experience. Like
Yeah.
getting those random messages of like, "Hey, I have an idea," and then going into it and being like, "How are you? Where are you at in
Yeah.
this game? Because I'm back there."
Well, the funny thing is, originally when I had conceived of the character, it wasn't necessarily a networking position. I would originally envision the character after a few sessions to be kind of, for lack of a better word, Harold stooge, because I had assumed Harold was going to be the master manipulator over the city, and then we could like ply the direction which it would go, because he's the one with all the charisma. And then after a while, when it became clear Harold wasn't interested in that, it's like, all right, well, I have to do this. Mainly because I think I've made this point before, but when you're a non-magical person in this world, and whenever, even as a character, you're not engaged in magic, it feels like, I remember V was saying, like earlier, Katie was saying that she felt like there were times she lacked agency. That's me every session, because the agency I need to create through machinations rather than magic. And because magic is the driving force of this world, essentially, everything bends to its movements. I have to do that. Now I have to work extra hard in a way to not do that. So in the old phrase of like the restrictions, the constraints breeds the creativity, because that's where the problems come from. That's why it seemed like that. And it wasn't like an overarching gigantic plan I made up. It was just as parts came in, it's like, oh, this can do this, and this can do this, and this can do this, with the idea of never having to use major spells, magic, things like that in order to move the plan forward, so to speak. And then, it just became the plan. But like originally, yeah, my thought was just like, Harold's clearly the master manipulator here. I'll back his play. And then Harold's play was like, I really don't want to be a master manipulator. I'm like, this is bullshit.
I think
Harold changed when he went in the
would have
bag.
done it until
Yeah.
he went into the bag.
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
that
It was
is
the
very
bag.
true.
Yeah.
The
I
bag
thought it was
changed him.
The
bag
It was a
bag
very
changed.
selfish decision for you not to be a selfish man.
There was actually 2 points. There was 2 points. It was episode 2 or 3 when Seisha got mind controlled and forced to try and kill Voss, where the party as a whole went, okay, losing some, like the absence of agency is off the board. And Harold, originally, if I remember correctly, your direction was going to be, I want all of the charm spells. I want all the things so I can manipulate the game board to kind of like subvert combat and just make people do what I want. And then when Seisha was taken over, Harold and everybody was like, maybe not. And then he had the 5 or 6 years in the bag that kind of shaped the direction of, and gave an explanation as to why Harold had a sudden change of character development.
I mean, it's been 6 years.
Yeah. But that's why I mean
Years with her.
sudden.
You try to keep
Yeah.
keep a bad feeling about anything around her. Lauren,
It does make me wonder, because like in that week when I guested on the show, and then there was like a week between then and the next time either of us were on our shows separately to like chat with each other and talk about all the things that had maybe happened or kind of happened. And if I understand it correctly, there was a roll that determined how long we were stuck in the bag, right? And so I wonder, was like, if it had been less than 6 years, would that have changed anything? If it had been more, would that have changed anything? Like what was like, oh, it's this amount of time, and so Harold's going to be like this.
I That's a great question. I guess I didn't really have a specific thing in mind. Orkira is just such a wonderful character. I was a huge fan of you and Orkira before you came on the show.
Well, and same.
And well, thank you. And to me, it was the most mind-blowing thing that you were on the show, and still is to me, honestly. In the back of my mind, I'm always like, "Oh my god, Alina with Lord Nervous is so cool," and that's never gonna go away. That's fine. It's a good thing. But at the time, I thought, well, if it had been like a year, Harold probably would have still come out being a shitter, and I probably would have leaned into the very, very good person has to deal with somebody who appears good on the surface, but in reality is kind of a shitter. But I mean, 6 years with Orkira, I mean, how could you not suddenly start thinking to yourself, maybe I am too selfish, or maybe, look how much she's willing to do to help people she has no idea of. We have no idea if any of these people are real, if we're in another dimension. We have no idea. And she's going to treat it all like it's real and help every person and live in every moment. And I thought, and Devin will tell you, like, a lot of times when I make a character, I very much have a clear idea, but I didn't have a clear idea for Harold. So,
except for a mask.
Yeah, except for a mask. And he realized that Harold became a lot more of a concrete character after the bag, because I had a clearer picture of like, okay, well, he has to be good now. He just has to be. So,
yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, try to stay evil around Orkira. I dare you.
Harold came out of the bag good, Orkira came out of the bag anxious.
You fixed it.
Hey, wonder if Voss had gone in the bag with Orkira, if that would have changed Voss.
He'd probably be angrier.
Angry.
Because it was magic that sent
all
him
magic.
there.
Oops,
So
all magic.
Yeah.
He also
Yeah.
probably would have. I'm sorry, we're all speaking for you.
We're all speaking
I have no idea. It's hard for me to think that far back, in all honesty.
Yeah.
I do know Voss would have resented the hell out of having a patron, and would have attempted to sever that relationship at the earliest available opportunity. That's how he felt with Harold, with his different patrons that came up, because it felt to him like either you were tricked or hoodwinked a lot of the time into having a patron.
I sort of was, but a lot of
yeah. You're not wrong.
Yeah, so in Voss's mind, it's just like, oh, that's a different kind of fresh hell. Awesome.
While we're sitting here, if each character had gone into the bag for 6 years with Orkira, how would your character have changed? While we're here, let's explore that just for a second, and then we'll keep going. So, I'm gonna pick on Karina.
Well,
You picked Raya as the baby started crying.
Oh no!
Yes, Goblin said, "Show me the baby." So since I'm talking,
Yes, please.
This is why, for all the viewers, why I would zone out randomly in all the final episodes, is because I was very, very pregnant and actually gave birth a month after the finale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
The finale was
person
January.
inside her distracting her.
I was
Just a wee
getting.
bit.
He's gonna be a soccer star. I was getting kicked to hell and back the whole time. I look back now, and there's certain scenes that are like big emotional scenes that Karina wasn't in, and I'll see myself go, "Ugh." And I'm like, oh, I'm so glad other people were doing something else. But if Karina had been in the bag for that long, I think she would have. Oh, an ice got spin on. I think Karina probably would have come to better terms with everything that happened in her world and everything she had done, because she kind of like got thrown into this world and hey, it's ending too. So she would have actually like taken the breath that she needed to in order to actually like get to a healthier place, instead of, trying to raw dog trauma while saving the world.
I'm stealing that.
There you go.
Phrases I will eventually work out of my vocabulary when he's old enough to remember things.
Yeah. Funny how that works and changes. Let's go to Rhea.
Well, I think starting out, I didn't really think of like a character change when that happened when I was thinking about it for Vinley. It was more like visually what would have happened to her.
Yeah, because
And
that's a
like,
short time for an elf on something.
yeah.
Mm.
So like there's not much that would happen except her hair would grow back from the ritual that she was trying to grow back the entire show. And she would have come back with facial tattoos matching the masks that she had on her undead. And then I think she probably would have really developed the arcane divine magic mixing that she was so focused on.
Nice.
I have a question.
Mm.
I thought Venli got a haircut from Harold cutting her hair. Was it a ritual?
There were two.
Okay.
So the first one was when we found Salazar in the swamps and we had to do that ritual, and she had to give up something she cared about, so she cut her massive braid off.
That's what it was. Okay.
And
Yeah.
then Harold tried to fix it.
Pride.
Aw.
Mm.
Real
That
life,
was
my
an
dad's a
amazing
barber.
moment, by the way.
My dad's a hairdresser. My brother's a hairdresser, and both in the game and out of the game, I cannot do anything with hair.
Yeah. Oh, you rolled a natural one, Cheetah's saying.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Seisha. What would have happened to Seisha for 6 years in the bag with Orkira?
Seisha would have come out a more confident and more devout person, I think. Being around Rakira always made her feel like a better person. Orkira just had a way of bringing out the best in, or I should say has a way of bringing out the best in people. And that's also true for Lauren, by the way. I just want to point that out. But the other part was there was a moment where we were talking about Orkira, and Seisha mentioned something about Orkira teaching her that faith is not a burden. So I feel like if she had been in the bag with Orkira for 6 years, that knowledge, without the distractions of the world ending, that trait that Orkira was sort of building in her would have been far more advanced, and she would have been much more comfortable and celebratory in her faith, as opposed to feeling like it was an obligation of who she had to be.
That's good.
I love you, Lauren.
I love you too.
I have to bring tissues because I'm fairly
You actually have tissues.
cry at some point.
Oh, we got a raid.
Let's go to
Hey.
Petunia.
Oh, hi Raiders.
Oh gosh, Petunia. I was thinking about it while I was sitting here, and it's honestly very difficult because she's a lot has happened to her, and she really hasn't like fundamentally changed. Like, you know, she's gone through shit, but she hasn't changed. So I feel like she would just come out as Evie from the second Mummy. She's just a slightly more badass, slightly, and she's ditched the shoelaces.
Love that. Love that.
It's all Velcro all the time now.
Yeah.
All Velcro all the time.
Excellent.
It's great.
You'd probably just get it, like I like to approach it very halfling like Bilbo. Like she's like, oh, it's an adventure. Okay, well, here we go. I'm here now.
B.
She does have a very Hobbit feel
Yeah.
to her.
She's very good at coping with change.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think for V, it just would have been a big ol' vacation. Like, I mean, actually, so one thing I really kicked myself for in the beginning of the campaign, typically when I make a character for a D&D campaign, I write in like a goal, and I didn't do that with V for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why, which made it really difficult to Doesn't
Bless.
do anything
Bless
with
you.
downtime or knowing what she wants as a character because she herself doesn't know what she wants. Very similarly to like most any and all teenagers, because like she's 19, like that's still a teenager, that's still a child to me.
Mhm.
I know at 19 I was just kind of doing whatever. Yeah.
Uh,
And so
Preach.
V's, you know, main goal in the very beginning was like, get out of the house. Check. Now what? And in her mind, she had this thought that she would leave Waterdeep and go on some grand adventure with Harold. She never thought that they would have Troll Skull Manor and stay, and she didn't like that we stayed in the city because it was like the place she felt like she wanted to leave in the first place. So I think that if she did go into the bag, it would have been really exciting for her. I think she would have been like, oh, I'm sure the group back home is like fine. They all clearly have some goals and stuff that I can assist with, but they're not my goals. And kind of go off and have her own, I don't know, like finding yourself type of situation, just kind of growing up. Because I mean, when you spend 6 years somewhere, like you're gonna inevitably grow up. And so yeah, I've always felt bad as a player for making the DMs write out a like a journey to find her purpose like for V, because I usually try to implement the goal like typically myself in a game, and then it's like it works together, where that's not what happened this time around because for some reason I wrote this character this way. So I think it actually would have been better. It's possible she would have come back with a clear idea of what it is she does want. So
That's
but
good.
then me as a player would have been like, what is it? And have to work through 6 years of like a life or something.
Have a week to
So
figure it out.
I
In
know
a
as a
week,
player,
yeah.
I know as a
in a
player,
week.
I would have freaked out over that, being like, I don't know.
Yeah, so
Harold's development through that was amazing.
yeah, so props to Ethan for because neither of us knew that was going to happen. Or at least I didn't know. I got the sense that none of you knew that that was even a
I did not know.
possibility. And so yeah, it was I had my show like 3 days later and you had a week, but it was like, okay, here's a week of deciding what do these characters do for 6 years. And with some guidance, but not a lot. I don't know how much Dustin and Devin did on their end. Todd, I love you, but Todd's guidance it wasn't that good. So I'm like, okay, but what? But what? But what? So yeah, props. Ethan had to deal with a lot of me texting back and forth, being like, so do you think we did this? Do you think we did this and this? Because like, I have to do this in a day. What is going on? So yeah, within a week, it was kind of a lot. It was me thinking a lot about, and especially at that point, I'd only been playing Orkira for like a couple of months. So it hadn't been that long. So she had gone through some evolution as well. So there was a lot that happened in a very short amount of time. And I like thinking about what she would have gone through had it been different people in the bag and how she would have reacted. Because yeah, she went through her own weird journey, and then she was also broken at the time when she went in. So, would she have come out as healed as she did? So
yeah. Boss, I know we kind of pseudo chimed in on yours. Was there anything that you would have happened with you had you gone into the bag?
I mean, aside from heavily resenting, having a patron that I mentioned earlier, I honestly don't know. It's potential knowledge that he would have come back with and just continued
his
whatever
plans.
goals he was moving forward. He might be a little more ambient towards magic. It might be less. It's hard to say. Like, that's something I would have had to sit down with you, Lauren, and like figure the fuck out.
Yeah.
Because I'd have to know, like with anything, is like what exactly happened there for me to understand what my reaction to it would be.
Yeah, That's fair.
That's why I was kind of just stunned silence when I arrived, because I was like, 6 years happened. You don't know what happened. You are fundamentally changed. That's basically all I was told, and I was like, and I that's not dissing on the DMs. Obviously, they know that you can give me a sentence and I can just run for miles with it.
Years.
And so I was like, okay, sure, I can run with that. And so I just played stunned silence in the first, and right after it happened, and like, I'm gonna go lie down, which was Ethan going, I need about 10 minutes to really think about 6 full years, and without knowing what happened in them, how Harold would have changed. And
Yeah.
sorry, all my H names. And yeah, Harold, all I could think was 6 years in a bag with like one of the sweetest characters ever created. Yeah, there's zero chance Harold would not come out a better person. He was already on the fence. So
He's like, well, alignment change.
Yep.
Yep. There you go.
I don't
And
know.
Alright.
Would that be enough to get Voss change his alignment?
I have a fan theory for Voss.
Oh, do tell.
For how
Yeah.
Logan might have, I don't know. Is that so much time is passing while you're in the bag, and you don't know that that time isn't also passing back in the other world.
Mhm.
And so I feel like one of two things could have happened. Voss either could have felt like there just wasn't any going back, and like this is the new reality, and like figure out what does justice look like here, or if you saw anything that made you traumatized and mad, like I don't know, go pursue that. Or the entire time being mad, feeling like you're missing all of the really important time and opportunities you need to make moves and water deep in order to like reach your goals. And then by the time you get here, just have like this even more intense Batman vengeance, like, all right. And like you probably even and if you went that route, I feel like you would have been probably thinking about it like the entire time and had like so many plans and like different, I don't know, threads of like possible choices you were wanting to make. I don't know, like seeds you wanted to sow. I don't know. This is my theory.
Who
I can't
knows?
tell you what you would do though.
it's just a theory.
It's a weird
Yeah.
thing to think about. And yeah, I agree.
It's
It
a
would have
theory.
been the same kind of thing. We would have had to have done a lot of texting back and forth. I do think Voss in the bag would have changed Orkira the most. Especially since you all talk about how good and nice she is. She's also manipulatable. She can be manipulated. Like she wants to see the best in people. She's not necessarily. She's very intuitive, and so she can tell when you're lying, but she doesn't necessarily know why. She can't see the machinations going on. So depending on how Voss did react, it's very possible that there could have been a lot of changes to her that had happened. So, but yeah, there would have.
That's an interesting point.
That is an
because
interesting
we
thought.
all thought about how Orkira would change the person, but what about the effect that person would have on Orkira over 6 years? Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, there was a brief moment in time during that week because I had leveled down to be on D4, and the explanation was some of the brain trauma that she had had. And so when I was leveling back up, Todd had basically said, you can re-level yourself however you think makes sense for your experience. And there was a brief moment where I was going to multi-class into Bard. And that was going to be one of the things that she came out, that was like the mechanical benefit of being with Harold. And in the end, it didn't make sense, mostly because I'd already established that she just isn't really that musical. That she's a fan, but she's not that musical. But yeah, that's how close it came for how much she changed. Is she almost was multi-classed.
Wow, that would have been crazy. That's super cool. All right, well, I love that we're dipping into the past as we're going through last year as well. So let's keep that up. All right, so City Falls.
Can I ask how Venli would have changed?
Did we ask? Did we already?
We went over
Did
it.
we?
Yeah, we did.
I am so pretty.
my notebooks. You need your notebooks, yeah.
I need my notebooks.
You do. All right, so City Falls. You guys go. Sailing away, all that. That's a hard moment because that's a big loss.
I didn't mind it.
Leaving the city, though, there's a lot that gets left behind, character changes, all of that, time to process. So you make it to the island, the tropical paradise, to kind of get away for a little bit. Let's very briefly, how did that time at the island help each of you process that huge, essentially, fail on some level to protect
Oh no, we
water?
failed.
So fail in the sense that yes, but also like Troll Skull's still there, they're safe, but so there's the big fail and then the small success. So and let's start with, let's see, I will pick on,
You need a dice.
yeah, I do need a dice. I do need a D8. That'd make this a lot easier. Let's do Petunia.
Now, was this Evermeet or is this Kinsome?
Kenzo.
So that's hard to answer because I was very hard to think about how Petunia was feeling during that entire experience because Ray was having she was too busy. I was way too busy geeking out and crying and geeking out some more. I was just like at Disney World, just like
Yeah, I had to meet the mic a few times too for screams.
Yeah. But it's not a good default first answer out the bat because I was in a completely different universe than other people were.
No, you're fine. It's fine.
And the reason for that is
Interesting to
because the island itself has such a huge tie into the LARP we all played that had a huge connection to Ray's character at that LARP, who was the matron leader of Ken's home. So it was a lot of callbacks to that LARP, and that's why Ethan and Ray were both geeking out the whole time. Of like,
oh my god!
I know this character. I know what's happening here. I know all of this stuff, but I have to act like I don't. But it's also great to see these characters again.
When we were coming up onto the island, the end of the episode, and you started describing it, and you described the volcano, and was like, I reached over and grabbed Ethan. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. And he described it more. I'm like, no. And then of course we broke the mic.
And
Afterwards.
both of y'all's reactions were amazing. It was so much fun to watch.
And I guess I'm next because I'm here with me. So obviously all of my geeking out aside, I think Harold needed just something that felt like normalcy. Because at that point, everything he'd known, everywhere he'd gone, death and destruction had followed him. And it's almost as if a giant eye in the sky was watching his every move. And so it was definitely welcome. And it was cool because he got to see Karina happier, which is one of the main things he took away from there was like, Karina seems very, very comfortable in this place. And it's the first place Karina seemed very comfortable. And that made Harold very happy. I enjoyed all the competitions. I knew when it was an improv game between me and Goblin, it was going to be fun, and I think
that was so amazing.
And Harold was going to love that as well, and so it was just awesome. It was much needed for the team, I think. So for Harold, it was very much an uplifting moment.
Karina, let's go to you.
You are muted.
Yeah, kind of great to go after Harold because the moment of actual relaxation and actually like feeling some comfort because of how different the world is. So because I don't think Karina actually said it, like she had literally killed her parents that morning and the world ended that afternoon. So
Karina killed her parents?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Karina killed her parents.
To be fair, we never asked.
Metal.
Yeah. If Karina had been able to open up to people, she would have been like, "Hey, V." Uh, but yeah, so like she was still coming off of like finally feeling freedom from her very evil parents. World ended and she got thrown into a completely different world that was so different and contained so many uh creatures she had never even seen before, and now these creatures are trying to be her friend, and they seem like they're in trouble, so I guess I'll help them. Maybe they won't kill me. It was very, not gonna spoil anything, but I saw a lot of similarities in the new Fallout show between Lucy and Karina.
Mm. That's good.
Someone in chat is asking, why did Karina kill her parents?
Karina's parents both got extremely corrupted. It's because I think we told people, like, sort of, but Karina's World is my home game. Which I placed Karina 50 years after, which I'm the DM for the home game, so I know where that game's gonna end. So Karina is living in the remnants of the world after our home game heroes sort of save it. But her parents fell in with essentially capitalist cultists because they are royalty. So it's just that, like, cultists that can really financially and power benefit from her parents. And her parents just always, she was a middle kid. She was an accident. Her parents never really treated her well. That's why seeing her siblings and the others was such a big deal for her, because her siblings, like, she fought with the two older ones, which happened in this group, Harold and Seisha, and she connected really hard with V and Venli, who were much like her younger siblings, and she, kind of, those siblings kept her going, and that was how she related with this group. Was, but then when the corruption and evil stuff, when stuff with Voss started to like come into light, she was just like, oh, not again.
Seisha, how was Kin's Home for you?
Uh,
Just that brief respite there.
Seisha was not okay by that point. And honestly, her going around with Karina and being the big foolish human was actually kind of helpful, because she didn't have to pretend anything, except that she wasn't, attentive. And when she realized that her shield was making her useful, and Karina bartering and talking to people, it made her feel like she had a purpose in being there, which was something she desperately needed. And she got to hang out with her girlfriend, so she was really she was going through a lot, but Kin's Home helped.
That's good.
And
V?
Abe was awesome. Love some Abe.
V?
You're muted, baby.
Sorry.
I just want to point out, I'm not the one who is muted.
That's true. My microphone's so delicate now. If I touch it, it'll unplug, so I can't mute it via that anymore. Okay. So I do need a refresher. I was trying to listen to everyone's answers to figure out context clues for what the question was.
This is where you did the
Kin's Home,
surfing contest.
Oh, that island. I do remember you saying that island now. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I was listening to everyone's answers. So V had just killed her dad, and typically, when a human experiences trauma, it's usually not like heavily unpacked until much, much later. And so at least that's my experience in real life. And so I feel like there was a lot of what that was just experienced in Waterdeep that V just her brain wasn't really ready to unpack that and process it.
Yeah.
The emotions, it was like too strong. She just wasn't really ready yet. And so she kind of just needed a break and decided to use the tropical island as an island getaway type of a situation and tried her best to have fun. I'm sure she did it in a way that made everyone else uncomfortable and like feel kind of weird and being like, why isn't she like losing her mind, breaking down every 5 seconds or something?
I was all for Big Kahuna. I'm just saying.
But you know, sometimes you just kind of have to forget about life for a while, I suppose.
Yeah.
Um,
Helps you
But V was always been somebody who recognizes that like time will go on, you know. She still has to grow up. She's still thinking about what does she want to be when she grows up type vibe, if that makes sense. And yeah, just trying to not overthink her choices because she can't take them back. And not, you know, was trying to not think of all of the, oh well, what if I had this conversation? What if whatever, like all of the what ifs. And honestly, everything that kind of happened with the goat and all of that Elder Eye stuff that was always going on in the background, that was kind of like the main doomsday clock, always kind of went over V's head. She never fully understood it and never really fully got it, and like wasn't about to sit there and make her brain hurt trying to understand it.
Yeah.
But what she did know was that, you know, her dad had become pretty one track minded and evil, and that was something she could wrap her head around.
Yeah.
And, you know, chose to deal with that. So the island was just kind of like kind of taking a break while like just trying
Almost
to think about it. Just trying to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Almost a little bit of escapism on some level, maybe.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
And that's pretty normal for people who have gone through like a pretty big traumatic event.
Yeah.
A lot of people process trauma that way. It's a defense mechanism your brain does. And it's also something I've personally experienced in my life. So I like kind of translated that over to the character because I always try to have character development be as like realistic as possible.
Yeah. That's good. That makes it authentic. Bentley?
Well, putting my mind back into Vinley's mind in that time is crazy because she's so laser focused on returning to Evermeet for the first time in hundreds of years. And she doesn't trust this elven man or this human man that was there. He's weird, he's creepy, don't like him. Gonna investigate that a little bit. Wait, oops, that's my king. So there's a lot of emotion that goes into that. So I don't think she really got to enjoy like the vibes of King's Home.
That's fair.
Because she was just amped after losing one home, returning to another, and now bringing with her the only ticket she probably could have had to let them in the first place. It was wild.
But that was such a cool moment for Vinley, discovering that Lascalar was Lamrel.
Yeah, I
like
in the dance too. I always like, for some reason, Vinley has very much been anti-romantic, but her entire like existence has revolved around pseudo-romantic connections. Like from the very beginning, like even when she was pushing people away, she had these weird moments with Harold that made her feel funny. She literally confessed her feelings to Voss, and he was like, put a pin in that. And
That's nice.
yeah. So she like almost was like grasping around, and then to experience what like would have pushed her further away from romance and then immediately back to it while in a secure romantic stable relationships. It was weird to play because she was disgusted by this human man.
Mm.
But then she loved
he
him.
wasn't a human man.
Yeah.
Was she already seeing Fala and Davil at that point? Okay, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Remember. Yeah.
So she was like very secure and stable, and then this thing came walking at her, and she was like, "What's happening? What's happening? I'm scared."
Why?
So that gets you all to Evermeet.
Before we move on, there's a couple things I want to go into because there's a chat question that ties in really well, and it says, when did the DMs come up with the whole plot of the king and Lascalar?
Oh yeah, that's good.
And there was a huge plot point during this section of the game that we didn't get to because Logan, for out-of-game reasons, had to step away, and then for in-game reasons, Voss had to step away.
Yep. So so the whole Lascalar thing and everything that we had originally planned with Barbaroi Bloodmane, which was briefly touched on, and all of that actually, went into Voss's backstory that we really didn't get into because, Voss was no longer there. So we
touched on it by mentioning it. And so there was that thing where it's like the other players got to see the new Barbaroi Bloodmane, or this person that Voss kept talking about. They got to see them in reality, not knowing at that point that Voss actually was the real Barbaroi Bloodmane, and so there was this other person copycatting. But there was going to be a pirate rivalry, and the players were going to be put into this like choice of like which to gets to live, which one gets to die. But it was like this pirate rivalry of Lascalar versus Bloodmane, and learning that Bloodmane, where Voss very much would be against Bloodmane, and so you guys would have sided with Lascalar. But then in that story, Voss would have been put into this predicament of, once he learned that the copycat was actually his friend whose throat got cut and kicked off the side of the ship, the very first death Voss saw of his best friend, and then caused the entire story arc of who Voss is as a character, was his old friend who was the weakling of the group, grew up hearing about this pirate and learning about Lascalar and all of these things, and learning that his friend became Barbaroi Bloodmane and then disappeared. And then in order to find his friend, took up the mantle to try and pull him out.
Oh my god!
So that's who that was. When you guys met, when you met Barbaroi Bloodmane in that town right before you got to Kinsholm. But then we always had the idea to make Lascalar Lamruil because in the lore, like, there's this period where Lamruil just disappears and it's never explained kind of where he went, and so we kind of took it and made him lose his memory more or less and become this Robin Hood-esque pirate, which is what Lascalar is.
And Logan had built into Voss's backstory that when they were kids, there was this pirate they all grew up
admiring.
Hearing these Robin Hood tales of. And they were like, that is the epitome of adventure. That is the epitome of freedom. That is the epitome of, like, you get to choose your life. All of the things that are glorified in Hollywood's version of piracy. That's what the kids loved. And so giving Voss the opportunity to meet his hero when he didn't get to live up to the expectations of being that kind of hero, but also then turned in to see the mirror of Barbaroi Bloodmane. And so working with your hero, knowing that you're a bad guy, while also confronting your past, and finding out that that is your best friend and the reason why you are the way you are. It's a storyline I wish we could have gotten to, but we'd probably still be playing right now because that would have been
Episode
a while.
250.
Yeah.
What would have been? I know we had a sending that we did when we saw Bloodmane. I don't remember who cast it, but I asked someone to cast sending to tell Voss that we had seen Bloodmane and that he was sailing. What would have been Voss's reaction to receiving that?
Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
It's still not me.
At that point in time,
This is
surprised,
deep down.
surprised, but at the same time, it's like you're in nowhere space. There's not a lot I can do about that.
Would you have asked us to kill him?
No, actually. At this point in time, I was like, hey, we found this dude named Barbara Bloodmane. Voss had been like, I mean, that's weird.
How strange. I probably
That
would have.
seems like that's a strange thing to hear about because I had heard he was dead. Be careful. I'm gonna go. I gotta go check on my steel mill.
Very practical.
Yeah. I
very practical.
Yeah, and I kind of foresee like if like Voss getting that like would be like, all right, you and you go investigate this, like see if that's true, and you know that's another thread to deal with at a different time once I get my feet settled here and we're good here.
As quickly as possible, Logan. What would Voss's choices have been in that storyline situation?
I mean, Voss would have wanted Bloodmane dead. Voss would have wanted to. So the interesting thing about the dude who turned out to be Bloodmane was what I had written in the backstory was that he physically was the strongest, but will-wise he was the weakest out of all of us, and had chosen to. Because one of the things I had written in the backstory was his original captain, Bracken the Black, was just this massive. He's just a juggernaut that was so powerful he was essentially lazy, was making the kids fight one another, and because the orc would eventually become Bloodmane, spared his opponent. That opponent then stabbed in the back, threw him over the side, and that was the lesson he learned: was that you can't show mercy, not in this environment, because all the stories that he had read was like you show mercy to a downed opponent, or you don't kill needlessly, and then he's saying, he's like, oh, this is all bullshit. So all Voss would have wanted to do is, if he got the opportunity to take him out again, would just to, if possible, have a last conversation with him and just essentially say, it's like, I'm sorry. There's literally nothing else to say. It's just like, everything we believed was a lie, and I'm sorry you paid for it. And that would have been the end of it.
Yep. All right, but now you can continue, Ross. Sorry, I just wanted to.
No, that's good. That's good. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm trying to multitask with all the things, so please jump in. All right, that is a interesting thread that we never got to see. Oh, how the wheels of fate turn.
Yep.
Vinley, Evermeet. So, party arrives. This is a big moment for you and Vinley as a character, because we've kind of only really seen like very brief touches of Vinley's backstory up until this point. So this is like this is the chance for the entire group to get plopped down into what you know for your character and see and experience everything for those sessions that you're there. What was it like? Because Vinley has changed a lot since she left Evermeet. So what was it like for her stepping back, knowing that she's going to do what she's going to do, and knowing that there's probably going to be consequences for that?
Going into that like whole situation was very scary for Vinley, because she knew like you said, there are going to be consequences for me coming back. Like point blank simple. But now I have the prince in tow, so I can at least get through the door. And she was also terrified that any of her friends would become like caught up in the wheel of elven bureaucracy. Like someone would step out of line once and they would just get whisked away to a cell, kind of the way she did for a while. But she was just terrified that entire time because she was like, when am I gonna see my sister? When is Illatron gonna show up? When is this going to happen? She was just constantly waiting for like a room full of shoes to hit the ground, and none of them were dropping, and then they all dropped at once.
Yeah.
It was like standing on the edge of the cliff without knowing fully if your bungee cord is working, but you know you have one on.
Yeah. But you're gonna have to jump either way.
Right, you're gonna have to walk forward to find out.
Yeah. So you go to help the tree. Hopefully help your sister, Amiria, and Illatron does show up. That culminating fight there, where you're I think the thing that when that fight happened and you through a very creative use of I think it was Bestow Curse, and you put that on Amiri to remember everything that you had seen. One of the most creative uses of the spell I've seen.
The Curse of Knowledge.
Yeah. How that happens, how are you now hoping the relationship with Amiria mends after all of
I
that you
think
experienced there?
in the moment, Vinley wasn't necessarily hoping for a mending of the relationship. Like, obviously, you're gonna want your sister to care about you, but I think in that moment, she simply just wanted to get her sister out from under his control because she was under his control. Like, if it had been anyone in the entire world in that position, I think she still would have fought just as hard to free that person. But like throughout the years and the centuries that unfold afterwards, because she's a druid, I'm what I am. I'm a Baelnorn. Like, we're gonna be around for a long time with each other.
Yeah.
And I think eventually they just get old and crotchety with each other in like an almost not endearing way. Like sometimes the jabs are a little much.
A little too sharp. Yeah, yeah. Also, what was it like finding Illatron's phylactery for Bentley as a character and being able to destroy it?
It was the like even more kind of like than joining the Black Staff, like making friends for the first time. Like this was an action that Bentley took that closed a book. It didn't like end a chapter. It wasn't prolonging a problem. The problem was simply done. And I feel like that was one of those times where she could relax and let go of some of her anxieties and control freak natures that she had, and like just pure unadulterated bloodlust that she had. Like it kind of satiated almost every aspect of her as a person. And when thinking about with the Naga, her therapy, it was like she brought forward that person, that version of herself that was not fettered down by Illatron and his stupid evil actions.
That's good. All right, so you guys successfully get Illatron, and I'm moving a little fast here because I'm trying to get us to the overall campaign, so forgive me as I'm kind of speeding us along. You guys go from the tree into the Feywild to deal with another very large problem that has been hounding you for the entire campaign, Auntie Agnes. And to do that, you go to the Hag of Hags, Baba Yaga.
Agatha.
What? Huh?
Agatha.
What so you guys go and you have to make the deal with Baba Yaga to get Agnes there. What is running through your minds as you're sitting there with the Hag of Hags having to make these deals in order to bring Agnes here so you can...
Well, I'll answer first real quick because the way I worded it, I could have pressed that when she accepted my deal, she couldn't accept any other deals, because the whole reason I was willing to give away that book of which is actually a role play thing I never had to do with Arkira that I really wanted to do, was him admit that he had to give up the book because the book was very, very important to Kira and him. But when I gave up the book of like lullabies, the way I worded it was, if you accept this deal, you don't take any other ones, or something to that effect. But she's the Hag of Hags, and I'm not going to argue. But that was my only thought process was, I can trick her into thinking this is the most incredible thing she's ever received, and then give her a book and be like, but you already said you would. But then I thought to myself, I don't want her to like reach in my brain and pull out all of my memories of Akira. And how hilarious is it that ended up being a thing? It just wasn't Akira's memories that were messed with. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Why don't you give us your thoughts, Ray?
Honestly, there's a couple of questions around what Petunia exactly gave up to the Hag. Most of, I think, the audience has inferred, but what was the actual deal?
I believe what was settled on was she forgot all of her like romantic memories of Harold, like all of the like she remembered him when they were like not crushing on each other quite yet, but everything after that, everything once the hearts started appearing, she doesn't remember that.
And to be clear, she willingly gave those?
I never determined whether she did or not. I never determined whether she was tricked or if she was like, I think I could do this.
See, I always played Karina as like thinking that she did it on purpose because that's how strong her love for Harold was, that she knew she could give it up and trick Agnes by essentially, well, yeah, I can give up my romantic memories of Harold because I'm just going to fall in love with him again.
That's kind of like, I thought about that too.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah, I like if she were to have done it on purpose, which, you know, either words, Schrodinger's halfling, or no, Schrodinger's halfling. Yeah. There we go. You got the shirt on it. Basically, if she were, that's pretty much the reason. It's like, I bet I can figure out how to get those back somehow, and kind of technically she did, just in from a different perspective.
And then Harold gave up a few other things. V gave up a stat point, if I remember correctly. Went down to 6 on something.
That really effed her for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it hurt. It hurt so much watching that and just being like, ooh, that's gonna ooh.
There goes your dance moves.
Yeah, I didn't have anything else to give. And I think that if I didn't give up something, we would have had to double up on people sacrificing stuff.
We did. I think Harold gave up 2 things, right? Or was it? I know Seisha made a pretty big deal with
Seisha made a deal and then V made her deal. But Seisha's deal was technically the last one we had to make. So it was either going to be Seisha or V who had to make the deal.
Yeah, basically V felt like she had to find something. And the only thing I guess she felt that she had that was worth anything was her abilities and herself.
Yeah,
and we didn't know that Petunia had given anything up. at that point.
That's
So,
where the
Yeah.
trickery was, where
Mhm.
Baba Yaga got an extra deal because she's not going to let it be known that a deal had been done telepathically. So it's like, okay, cool. You're just willingly giving it up because you're not talking to each other. I'll take it. So that's
No,
how
that was Ray making 100% everything worse. Voluntarily.
So, Seisha, you make a deal with Baba Yaga.
thought I had done so well.
I'll say, I feel like there's a lesson in this somewhere about hags and making deals, but
I
Seisha in
tried.
particular.
I tried to not make a deal. I tried so hard.
But you made a
man.
deal that they're never going to collect on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Yep. You made
So
it.
my deal ended up not being that bad potentially, but yeah, I thought I had covered the bases. I thought I had done a good job. I'd set a time limit on it. I had stipulated that it couldn't be expedited, this, that, and the other. And then Devin threw that gravelly voiced curveball at me, and I was like, oh. Like it was enough of a wake up call that I couldn't stay in character, and I was just like, "Oh, I fucked up."
yeah. Goblin was a little oopsie mad, not like mad at us, but kind of like mad that she got, and it was just like, I mean, you're dealing with hags, but in the end, you definitely did get around the deal. However, if this campaign has shown you anything, gods can die. If she's a god, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. So, whatever deal she made,
If she did accept the power, it's possible that yes, she would potentially be vulnerable. If she didn't, then she would have been spending her time trying to find a way to get a loophole in that deal.
Yep.
So you guys strike the deal. Auntie Agnes shows up. And through it's amazing how the fights you've had with her previously and how this one you guys just
You
curb
get
stomp.
the brakes off of her.
Yeah, like you just curb stomp. her.
So satisfying.
How satisfying was that for Seisha to get the final blow and to be able to have that moment of that oath of vengeance for her be fulfilled?
What is the rating of the stream? It was a victory, but she thought it was going to feel so much better to destroy Agnes, but it honestly came off feeling very hollow because it didn't actually fix what happened. It didn't change anything. It just sort of happened, and it was great, and she was, grateful for it, but it didn't satiate. That's the word I'm looking for. It didn't satiate the wrath and the rage within her, because there were more people on that list, and she wasn't going to be okay until the list had been dealt with. So
yeah, that's good. Well, that was a big moment for the entire party to have that finally behind y'all, and behind y'all in a way that, hey, that's at least one less thing. Auntie Agnes arguably did get kind of a last straw in summoning Chothragot. So you guys go back to Waterdeep, and again, I'm going to fast forward because we're coming up on break here a little bit. Deal with a few small things like Manchun, stuff like that. Yep, it's a great moment to have that behind you. And
I mean,
through that process,
they did really get a leg up over Manchun, though, so it did happen.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is he shouldn't have killed our server. I wanted what a mistake he made. I would have totally let him go. But he killed our server, and from that moment forward, I was like, I don't care what it costs me. I'm just gonna make him pay for it.
Oh man, so good. But you collect an item from Menshun that ends up becoming very helpful when Shathargat does reappear. And you have a massive battle with Shathargat kaiju fight.
There is only one option.
Die.
Only the war gamer in me came out and was like, "There's only one mathematical option."
What was that? What was that like from a for you all to have that kind of different experience from a combat perspective?
Those first 2 rounds were painful. I was sitting there like, how could anyone? Can you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, there's someone at our door with food. I was just like, how can anyone assume there's any other option here? And I was sitting there and I was like, chill out, Ethan, breathe. It's fine. And then after the second round, breathing was no longer an option. That's when I started. There is only one option.
Yeah, it was rough in the beginning.
I mean, it was actually terrifying until people were like, "Oh yeah, I guess we wouldn't get hurt, would we?" And once everybody made that connection, it was like, "Okay, well, just elbow drop this thing until it's gone, I guess." I felt terrible, but I also was like, "I ain't losing the fight for the city."
As I recall, it took 2 of us a little longer to get on board.
There is no finger pointing. It is just the nature of the way I am is like I see a system and I go, what neat tricks are in the system? And
how can I break it?
In the first 8 minutes of looking at the cards and everything, and them explaining how it worked, I was like, oh my god, this is the only option.
I love it. I love it. I also love that you guys got to do that. It's fun. I love
that was an amazing fight to play through. Like the mechanics were chef kiss.
I love how Dustin and Devin continually throw different challenges at you all. On that, how did you guys come up with the mechanics for that real quickly?
Okay, so across the board in the game, the whole entire campaign, tried to look at every combat with more than one win option. Now, there were certain combats where there absolutely was only one answer. I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
But we wanted there to be mechanical and other ways where it's not just a slugfest every time. One, that's not how video games are done, and 2, that just kind of gets boring over time. So we tried to look at things like, what is a fun mechanic that is not just slugfest? Slugfest works.
I mean, and we knew from like the very beginning of the concept of D4 that we were going to have a giant robot kaiju fight at some point with the walking statues of Waterdeep. WizKids released a Honorable Knight miniature,
and we have to use it.
Literally this tall, and when we got that, we're like, it's done, it's happening. We're writing a story around it, and we did, and that was Elithar's Gathalas. That was the very
his tie with Manchun. That was the
Project
Starfall
or whatever. Well, my brain can't even remember what that story was, but that even early seeds into that, and that was a tie to the Amber King and all of that stuff that we did, and kind of connecting all of that. That it was always going to be implemented that. At some point, a elder god is going to be summoned, an elder evil is going to be summoned to the city, the statues are going to come to life, and you all are going to have to Power Rangers your way through that fight.
The one thing that I always look back on certain fights.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Devin, for interrupting. We Voltroned through that fight. Thank you very much.
Insert giant robot anime here.
Yes.
About 10x. Zoids.
But the fight, that one, and I look back on a bunch of other fights, this one in particular, and a couple others, where I'm like, the only thing that I wish differently is when we're streamed, we're kind of focusing on a bunch of things, trying to keep things moving, where if it was at home, we would have been able to take the time to look over our mechanics and make sure that we got everything a little bit better, right, a little bit more correct. Like one of the cool things that we put in there is the breaking buildings apart and using them as thrown weapons. That was used, but a lot of it was used in melee range, so there should have been disadvantages on that. And another thing that we wanted the kaiju to do was to be able to pick up and throw the statue. And the reason why is because there was a mechanic with the statue that if you moved a certain amount of feet, you could do a super punch. And because you kept getting tripped and pinned, you weren't able to pull off that feat. And so in order to give you the opportunity, we should have thrown you, making you take lots of damage, and then you could come back with a super punch. And it's just little things like that. We're like, oh man, missed opportunity. But there was a lot of things when building that fight, tried to think of like cinematically how it could work. And then also how do you put that in mechanically, and then story-wise, how does it work? And
yeah, and I mean, we looked at a lot of references and kind of had some ideas, looked to see what some other people had, and kind of just used a little bit of everything to kind of go, okay, how do we make this feel like a team fight and not just one person rolling a die? And that was where the choices that you couldn't talk about, it was all telepathically, and so you basically you have to Jaeger like you're in Pacific Rim, where you're literally having to fight as one, being on the same brainwave,
drifting
and drifting and being in that moment. And it was really fun in that aspect of that fight, of where eventually you all did get on that point, and there was only one choice, and it was this one, but up to that point it hurt.
Yeah, and it was also a fun way of trying to think of a fight where it's like you no longer get access to your class features, and you have to think as one being with different stats. And so that was another fun mechanic.
So good. It was such a fun fight too.
It was
At
really
least
fun.
From the audience perspective, it seemed like a really fun fight.
We loved it. I mean, we were all talking about that fight.
We were on the edge of our seats at that point.
When we went to break during that fight, it was a lot of walking out of the studio and going so because we still weren't allowed to talk about it, and so we were doing our best, and it just we definitely had a little stress going into the break there.
Understandable. And I think that's a testament to you guys as DMs and players, that you gave your players that directive, and that you guys even stuck with it through the break. So I'm glad that you guys have that trust.
There is a question in chat that's relevant to this.
I see it. We haven't changed it because we haven't gone back. If we were to go back, we would revisit the mechanics and stats of it to see how to make it more balanced, where dodge isn't the only option.
Just for the sake of podcast,
there's only one option, guys.
Listen, I would.
Listeners, the question is, how have the rules for the giant robot kaiju battle been adjusted since the fight?
Yeah, I don't want to ever be that guy, but also I didn't want all of my favorite NPCs and PCs to die, and so in that moment I was like, Harold would take the best option every time. He's gonna take the best option every time.
I actually,
True.
because I'm working on I'm part of the team for a giant robot TTRPG right now. I've literally looked at our mechanics and gone, how could Ethan break this?
That's good.
That's a legit question.
That's a compliment.
I
So
love
that-
that.
Yeah, hey, that's what I do.
I love that. That's great. All right. Again, fast forwarding a little bit, hoping to get through one or two more before break. So you all go hunting for Zaifu and the city. Eventually find it. And have a fight with a corrupted officer. Yeah. That was a spicy battle. I think there's a bunch of stuff leading up to that, but two questions for the players. What was it like pulling that off? Because that was a tough fight. And then for the DMs, what would have happened if the players had failed? So let's start with the players' side. And let's go with Seisha. You're muted.
There it is. There it is.
Eventually, it happens to everybody.
I wasn't actually talking. I was just mouthing words, so it doesn't count.
Sure,
Right,
sure,
right.
sure.
No, wait, what was the question again?
How did it feel?
Distracted.
How did it feel to go through that fight
the
and
Pincer
barely
fight.
pull it out? The Pincer fight and
Terrifying. We were legitimately fighting a corrupt god. It was absolutely terrifying.
and you all were blessed by your own gods, and it was still terrifying.
It was still terrifying. We had this wonderful moment with these deities, and it was like reassuring, and we felt cool, and we were buff, and oh my god, literally. But I felt at that point, Seisha had sort of regained a little bit of perspective and confidence, realizing who she was standing with. And that was actually one of the first moments that her brain kind of clicked back, and she remembered who she was with and why we could win. And that kind of was a motivator in that fight. And once that sort of clicked, her confidence started to come back. I think that was the fight, if I'm not mistaken, where Seisha had a conversation with Harold in the middle of it about the Doom Raiders. I think it was that fight. And that was basically just her realizing, oh shit, we might actually be able to do this. We might be capable of saving the world. And if not, at least we go out fighting.
Yeah. Karina, do you have any thoughts?
It was a lot. I think that was the fight where, like, because Karina has such a complicated relationship with death, I think that was the fight where I was like, oh, I should probably figure out what I want to do if that happens. I should probably figure out Karina's feelings on this, like, in a more definite form.
Can I jump back on something real quick?
Yeah.
Anti-Agnes fight, Karina, she wrapped herself in vines. Katie knows why. Can you please explain that to the audience? Because it was incredible.
Oh my god. I'm trying to remember. That whole fight was
you
like
recognize the mini from something that Karina
So it's the mini that they used is a Balashira, and there are Balashiras in Karina's world, and she almost died from one. And so seeing it, she was just like, nope, 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 because I wanted to constantly have this like reminder that Karina is just a civilian. So for her, a Balashira isn't like that monster that her and her party fought one time. It's that absolutely terrifying thing that nearly killed her before. Because most of the monsters that we fought, Karina's never seen before. So she's just like, oh, what fresh hell today? That was the first time she saw something that was a familiar terror.
I loved that moment. Just her having such a visceral, real reaction to seeing something that had impacted her so strongly. It was incredible. I know it's boring to sit out a fight, so it made it that much more poignant.
Yeah. Pivoting back to Openser, Petunia, you were the one that, with some luck, not only saved Harold, yeah, nice the jab. Not only saved Harold, but also cured the corruption, all that. What was that moment like for Petunia as a book wizard to have this awesome like adventurer moment?
I had been you know you got some time to think about what you want to do between your turn and others. I just remember looking at everything, and there were, I think, a couple turns where I was like, should I do this? Should I do this? And I was like, oh my god, I could do this. And I think I looked to you and was like, I think I could do this.
Yeah, when she explained the plan to me, I was so flabbergasted by the brilliance. I was like, if that doesn't work, I'll be sad.
It's like, it's not that thing can't be that heavy. Maybe it'll work. And bless the DMs, it worked.
Yeah, it was,
and it felt so fun.
Yeah, Ray was elated for like 10 minutes afterwards. I mean, just nonstop. Like, I can't believe that worked. And I mean, it was just masterfully done. It was very cool.
Yeah, I think that whole fight was just it's definitely a very big precursor into Goblin's point from an audience perspective. I think that was really the first time that I could see from you all that you're like, hey, we can actually maybe do this, because you not only stopped a corrupt god, you saved that corrupt god, cured him, and then it's like, hey, maybe there's some hope here. Maybe we can actually do this. So
shout out to Dustin and Devin for running with that so well.
I am curious what Dustin and Devin would have done if we'd all died.
Yeah. I'll say. So the other side of this, that fight goes terribly. What happens, DMs?
There's multiple things. It's our turn now. Multiple things about that. So that was another one where it wasn't a slugfest. It was a puzzle. You got to figure out the puzzle. Otherwise, there's a high probability you're not going to survive. Thankfully, in the end, they figured out the puzzle, which was, subverting the magic and uncorrupting the
pylons.
I forget the cerulean magic. Cerulean, so that you could destroy Xifu. If there was a TPK at that point in the game,
I think we just lose.
Is this over?
It's
over. The end.
I'm not sure exactly what we do. If you guys failed that mission, though, and were unable to retrieve the source, which is the name of the Mythalar, that final fight was going to be a lot harder. You would have had to rely a lot more on the cerulean magic, which you had access to the knowledge of. Also, you wouldn't have severed the connection, so you'd have to be fighting against the fact that
they have the hive mind.
The hive mind with the cult.
We would have had to do that last fight with Oppenser in there too.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, and
ooh, that's rough.
You wouldn't have had the key answer of closing the gate. You would have had to figure out a different way to close the gate, and it may not have been a permanent solution. Where in this story, you guys created the permanent solution. You guys probably would have put a Band-Aid as your win over the wound.
Flex tape.
Yeah.
Flex tape.
That's a lot of damage.
They sell on Fox News the goop that you're supposed to put on your roof. Do not use that goop. As a roofing expert, do not use that goop. Okay, sorry.
In general. On that note, folks, do not use that goop.
And someone who grew up in the 80s, I don't trust anything that sounds like gack.
Yeah. I love that.
What happened in the 80s?
Gack.
So much.
And what was
like
the foam in it?
It's
all good. It's
like,
fine,
what
it's
is
fine,
that?
it's
What is
fine.
gag?
We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it in a second. I'm gonna get us to break here. All right, audience. We're gonna take a 20-minute.
No, very short. Very short.
Short break. So 5-10 minutes is enough for us to
a little bio
get up and
break
use
and then
the
we'll get back to
restroom,
it.
and then we'll be back with the final fight and then campaign overall. So thanks everyone. This is a lot to unpack. So, and we've only just gotten through essentially 2023 at this point.
Yeah,
we got a lot to talk about. So we're gonna power through and kind of get through this last little fight a little bit, and then because we definitely want to get into the nitty gritty of the overarching campaign. So, but we'll be back very shortly.
And we're back. Jazz hands. All right. Thanks for sticking with us, folks. We're gonna hit the final battle real quick, and then we're gonna start getting into the overall campaign. So there were two aspects. After you guys come back from Saifu, the party reunites with a few characters, and then you all go delve deep to save the world. There is a fight with Hallister, the Mad Mage, beforehand. And my question for this one is on the DMs. How long had you been planning to include Hallister as one of the final confrontations for the group?
For a while, so we knew that we were gonna have everything, everything center in Waterdeep, and the early on when we initially were like, hey, let's run this Dragon Heist campaign and kind of set everything in Waterdeep. And then Dungeon the Mad Mage, which is such a huge, Undermountain is such a huge part of Waterdeep's history, and Waterdeep and Hallister Blackcloak and all of that. And there's actually a place in in Undermountain in Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which is a altar to Gonadar, and in regular lore, it's actually Hallister uses it to lure Gonadar priests into the dungeon in order to corrupt them, and then kind of like take them over. And so we kind of took that and we're like, well, this is like the perfect thing for us to utilize and be like, well, this kind of ties perfectly to the George Forsworn short story that was in the Dragon magazine, which had him going and and kind of being tied to Shothrgot, and all of that, and kind of be like, it was very vague on where that was. It was kind of just underground. And so we took that, made that into that one little location in Undermountain, made that all connect there. And then we're like, nothing happens in Undermountain without Hallister Blackcloak knowing.
Yeah, we faltered back and forth on if there was actually going to be a fight with Hallister himself. One of the hurdles we had to get over was like, okay, we can't do Dungeon of the Mad Mage because it is a 1 through 20 campaign that is just a dungeon gruel that you have to literally crawl through. And we're like, absolutely not. One, it's going to make our campaign too long. Two, it's going to be boring to watch as a viewer. So we had to figure out a way to do that. But we came up with a way with what if Hallister, in his like attempts to corrupt Gonadarians, whatever they're called, ends up getting corrupted himself because they ended up getting the power of gods and all of these things, and it worked. And we're like, one, if he's going to be the protector, because we also found in lore, written already into the lore of Forgotten Realms, that the second living gate that exists in the Feywild. It doesn't explicitly say exactly where it exists in the Feywild, but because the Feywild is a mirror, we're like, what if it was also in Waterdeep?
Feydark.
Or Feydark.
But yeah, the Underdark or the Feywild.
Yeah, it's still a Feywild. Just underground. But we were like, oh, well, that makes sense. The Dungeon of the Mad Mage is basically the Underdark, but specific to Hallister. And so we're like, we have to have at least a fight with Hallister.
Yeah, I mean, and there were so many things that just pointed in that direction. Like, I mean, he wears the robe of eyes, and so it just it just all just fit perfectly with everything that we were already coming up with, ideas that we had with the story, and it just meshed beautifully.
And for those Easter eggs of like, where was everything going to end up being? I mean, the very first play that happened at the Seven Masks Theater, run by Jarlaxle, I forget his alias at that time, was the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Just to be like, hey, things are
Tip in the hand.
Yeah, always.
I love it. I also appreciate how throughout the whole campaign, you guys have been very, very canon accurate in terms of how you've handled a lot of it, and incorporating your own little flair where appropriate. All right. So you guys do fight Hallister, barely make it through that. Go to confront George. Have the final battle where arguably Hallister is actually more combat intensive than the final fight, because the final fight is all those mechanics of closing the gate, which because of your success with Offenser, you're able to do so permanently. You have a little bit more of an advantage because you've uncorrupted him. There's a little bit more to that. You have access to the Mythalar and Nim and all that coming together. It's a fun fight to watch. For getting through all of the barriers in front of you, you guys finally succeed and successfully save not only Waterdeep, but all of Faerun. So what is that like for each of your characters to like not only do that, but then have that realization, wait, we just saved the world. And I'm gonna start with Orkira.
Oh, teach me. Why? Why? I mean, Lauren loved it. It was awesome and it felt very epic. Orkira always seems to have like a different point of view on especially those big fights. And it's not that she wasn't excited to save the world because, you know, she's got a lot of people in that world that she loves. But at that moment, after all that time of helping her friends and watching them struggle and get hurt in all the myriad of ways, it was a moment in where she got to help them achieve a victory they'd been working for literally as long as she knew them. So in a way, it wasn't even the saving the world part. It was, look what my friends did. Look, hey. And like being able to then spend time afterwards and watch them heal and watch them recover. So like George was at that point almost an afterthought. The world was kind of nice to have so that her friends could continue to be in it.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go down on my screen here, and so below Lauren is Goblin. So Seisha.
I'm just gonna apologize because my camera keeps going in and out of focus. I think she was relieved, but at the same time, destroyed, I guess would be the way to put it. There had been so much that she had experienced and gone through. And for the longest time, she thought that ending the existence of these people and things was going to be fulfilling. And in that moment that she watched the spirit of her mother basically be sacrificed to empower George was almost a release. It was like, I have lived everything for this and it's gone. So what am I carrying all this rage for? What am I carrying this burning torch for? And she had already seen some similarities between herself and George that upset her and made her much more sympathetic to him. So in that moment where she watched the essence of everything she had ever wanted be destroyed, there was just this realization of, okay, what's the point of being angry with somebody who was trapped into a situation like she was? And so in that moment, she found release from everything she had been carrying for several months out of game, I guess 10 days in game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fulfilling, but at the same time hollow. And I think what really made sense to her was the moment that she forgave George, was the moment where she let go of all that rage and anger and hatred and was able to reconnect with herself and recognize the wealth that she had in her friends that she had taken for granted and had been blind to. So it was almost like waking up.
Yeah. From a long sleep. That makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good. Ellie, what about for Karina?
I think for Karina, it was two very competing emotions at the same time. Because at that point, she hadn't gotten everyone back. So it was relief of, it didn't have to happen again. More innocent people didn't have to be lost again. But then also this like survivor's guilt anger of, so it was winnable. It was something that could have been beat, but somehow our world wasn't able to do it. And just that feeling of, because like if they had lost, she would have been like, yeah, I mean, what did we expect? We tried, but it took out one world. What's another one? But the fact that it was winnable gave her a lot of anger in her grief, but still that sense of relief of that, okay, well, this world doesn't have to know how I felt. They don't have to go through what I went through, So it's that weird feeling of like, I'm glad no one else has to hurt, but fuck, this hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, that especially for Karina, totally that dual emotion, living in that dual emotion of, especially before getting everyone back. After, I'm assuming there was a little bit more relief for her at that point. So after you'd been able to wish the
Yeah,
folks back.
after I think because even after everyone came back, she still took a couple days before she even went to see her wife because it was
Mm-hmm.
she knew that that fight fundamentally changed her, and her entire experience with this group changed her, and she wasn't even entirely sure if it was for the better. But once she got back together with her wife and kind of told her everything that happened and kind of recounted the story, I think her wife, always being the more level-headed of the two of them, probably brought her to the realization of like, maybe this was the cycle that was supposed to occur. Maybe our world wasn't able to fight it, so that's why you came to this one to get with the people who could save both. That you couldn't have one without the other. So I think her wife kind of brought her to that like good relieved place of, this was the cycle that needed to occur so that both worlds could be okay.
Good.
Can I just say real quick, one of my favorite moments in the campaign ever that I got to be part of is when those characters got asked, oh yeah, you get essentially one wish. I'll move the universe for you. What do you want? And everybody just immediately looked at Karina. Like there was no discussion about that beforehand. There was no talking about that in the moment. It was asked and we all just immediately looked at her. And then you were like, the look on your face was so priceless. It was amazing.
So the funny aspect of that scene is to not get pregnancy TMI, I had just gotten kicked so hard I couldn't feel my legs. And I was like completely dissociated in my pain. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't feel my legs. And then I realized everyone was looking at me and kind of had that same emotion as Karina of, I realized everyone was looking at me. Why is everyone looking at me? Oh my God, this is the wish. And so it was fun because I got to feel that exact same feeling as Karina because I had gotten so distracted right before it. And then also having all the tears that were in that scene were entirely because I was in so much pain.
Oh man. Well, hey,
He's gonna be a soccer star. It's
he's just helping you out with your role play. There you go.
yeah.
Even there. All right. Next on my screen is Harold and Petunia. So, you guys save the role. What is that realization like for your characters?
Relief. I just don't think that Harold thought they could. I mean, Harold was going to die trying, but I don't think that he actually, at the end of the day, thought they could do it. He just said to himself, "Well, nobody else is going to be able to try, so I might as if I'm in the group and we're doing this, then we're doing this." So it was relief for him because he thought, "Well, now I can finally live a normal life for the first time." What about Petunia?
It was funny. I was listening to Katie, to Goblin, give her description, and I kept thinking of Frodo. He was like, "It's over, it's done," and I'm like, Petunia's kind of just Sam at this point. She's like, "Oh, we're done. I can go home."
I love that. I love that.
I can gloat to Candlekeep. I'm fulfilled. Let's have babies.
Yeah, I think that Harold's whole only desire was always to like, I've done everything that you can do in the adventuring gig. I'm kind of past being an adventurer. He's like, it was like, if you look at the early parts of the campaign, he always is like, I don't understand why they would get out of adventuring, when he's talking about Mert and them. And it's like, and then when you do your own campaign, it's like, yeah, no, I'm done.
You understand suddenly.
Yeah, I just think that was his whole thought process, was like, I want to try to fix the city now, and then if the city can't be fixed, then I can at least have a wonderful relationship. And then they
How
did.
many babies did you have?
We've established that there are 12 babies.
Not several of which are adopted, but
yeah, not all of them are.
I am a seer. I see the future.
but yeah, that's I think that's us, right? Yeah.
By the way, Ellie, it's on you to have 12 babies in the real world. Okay.
Oh my god.
Both of mine almost killed me. Absolutely not.
Just adopt 11 more. All right, so.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'll actually never forget the final episode. I had to slip a note to Ethan because on the off chance that I did my epilogue before him, I didn't want to write in details he and Ray didn't decide they wanted to do, if that made sense. By my epilogue's interaction with them.
Yeah, totally.
because I didn't know it until the day of. That's my favorite thing about the way I role play. I don't know why I do this. I don't know anything until I'm there. I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I sometimes have an idea of what I want. In the past I have planned things out and then I just didn't do them. So
there you go.
And very in the moment. But I did think hard about for a while about what would V end up like, and be like, how does this mold her? How does this change her? And there is one aspect where it is very possible that she could have become incredibly narcissistic and altruistic and kind of feel untouchable to an extent. Especially with imagine her story is basically she ran away from home and then saved the world, which most adventurers I feel had been through at least an adventure before doing that. So I feel in a young person, if they accomplish the world at such a young age, they grow up with this certain level of narcissism, right? But I also had to think about all of the other characters in which V was surrounded by, and how those characters would have affected her and humbled her and all that. I think a big person in her life that basically made her kind of end up being less, becoming a second version of her dad eventually one day, but maybe a little less evil. Kind of in a I don't know, Daenerys Targaryen kind of way, is her relationship with everybody in the group, particularly Harold, and being humbled with the fact that they do have kids. They did settle down. Settling down was never something that V aspired to do, especially so young. Settling down is not something she planned on doing at all in that moment in her life, and it still isn't what she chose to do. I envision that she did, go off and still have her more fun, I guess you could say, adventures type thing. Like she just, at such a young age, like
Yeah.
it's hard to be like, all right, well, I accomplished other people's life goals. Guess I'm done for the next 50 to 60 years. Like,
She's gonna check off that box of making sure
you know
this
what
doesn't
I
happen
mean?
again
It's
for a little
giving
while.
like child actor, like. Anyway, so I kind of envision her like beat bopping around, but also always coming back to this group, and this group always reminding her that no matter how awesome everyone tells her that she is, and that she might eventually develop a complex through that over time, that she will always have like this group of people to be able to humble her, and
That's good.
that kind of thing. So
Everyone needs that grounding.
yeah, no,
and
like the
that's
group I
helpful.
feel like definitely grounds her. I feel like if V went off and did this on her own, she probably would have become a very respectable leader, but probably a very difficult person for people to actually become close with. She would have just been a figure, a public figure people look to, and probably have like some pretty intense narcissism complexes.
Well, good thing that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Vinley?
I think for Vinley, like saving the world was never a part of her plan ever in any way. Because where we started with her, like people wanted her dead. Everyone that she knew wanted her dead. And then to watch her just grow and flourish, and it like all combining into exactly from day one what Vinley wanted. She ended up exactly where her like little kid version dreamed she would be eventually one day. So to her, like the whole world was at her fingertips at that point. Like she accomplished the impossible. She saved the world and she made friends.
That's good.
Incredible
That's good.
feats that took divine intervention, I think.
It's good. I think that's journey for Vinley is one that's so poignant throughout the whole campaign, where you just see Vinley just slowly opening up and blossoming into everything that she's meant to be. So I love that is that's kind of her reaction there.
Oh yeah. And saving the world is a great bargaining chip with the Seldarine. At the very least, I can go, I did that.
It's true. It's true.
You woke up this morning, you're welcome.
Yeah. I'm going to twist this question a little bit for Voss. So, Voss, you weren't there at the end, but you arguably had a huge impact on the group getting there. What are Voss's thoughts for knowing that he contributed to helping bring about the saving of the world?
Honestly, until which game's over, so it's like it's up to anyone's interpretation whether or not this happened. Until he got what he wanted, it's just business as usual. DeVos, this sort of thing will just keep happening again and again and again and again and again until the real problem is solved. So it's like, I don't know, he honestly wouldn't feel anything about it. It's just, this is another in a long line of apocalypses that just continuously affect this place forever until we all agree that some things are a bad idea. So to him, it's like, okay, well, I hope we get some time until the next one.
Further my plans. Keep
Yeah,
going with the
until I can
industrial.
essentially
Yeah.
solve this problem.
That's good. All right. That is the final battle. So now the whole campaign, all 5 years of it.
Only 5 years.
Only 5 years.
Only 5 years.
Only.
5
All right.
long, wonderful years.
Yes. Amazing storytelling, amazing roleplay, and there's so many good questions. I'm gonna try to jump around. I am gonna start with a group question, then I'm gonna go some individual questions. So to the players, and again, this time I'll probably go reverse order. So what I just did in reverse, so you guys can think about it. So sorry, Logan, you're gonna be first. When you first, this is from JW Janko, so thank you for submitting this. When you first heard D4 was going to be a thing, what were your initial expectations about how the campaign was going to kind of happen? So gaming, knowing Dustin Devon, what were you kind of thinking, your initial thoughts like, oh, hey, this show's a thing. Cool, we're going to try to do this. So, Logan, we'll start with you.
I don't know if I had any particular expectations. Just to me, it's like I've been acting for a long time, been doing improv for a long time. It's just like it's another live stage, essentially. I thought it was a very interesting idea. And I had played with Dustin and Devin a bit at this point, so I was confident that it could be done. I don't know. I honestly didn't have that many expectations for it. It was just, yeah, we'll see how this goes. That's really it. Like, that's a very base answer, but that's honestly how I felt.
That's good.
So real for that. All right. So I didn't know what to expect, but I had two things going in my head. The first one was the only podcast I had ever listened to up until that point related to Dungeons and Dragons was The Adventure Zone, which is about a group of guys who have never played Dungeons and Dragons before, and the DM is like a literal author of novels. So it definitely wasn't about rules. It definitely wasn't about, like, there was no rules lawyering, really. It was all just purely like role play, like storytelling aspect, honestly, and just being silly. And so typically, like, when I do play D&D in real life, like, I always go the silly route because it's just what's fun for me if I'm going to play. The other thing, so I think I anticipated to be a little bit more comedic, I guess, at first, than like just how like intense, serious, like drama level, I suppose, like HBO drama, I guess. And then the other thing is that Ethan is the one who asked me to join this, and I kind of knew Dustin. I didn't know anybody else in the group, and basically, if I was like, well, Ethan asked me, like, I'm gonna do it because any project that like he's a part of, I want to be a part of. And it's really funny because like Ethan and we met because we used to work together at a bar, and we would always just do like really silly like character like role playing stuff. So I was like, oh, this guy's hilarious. And like when we role play a lot of times, it's very silly and like fun. Like this will just be like a really, really fun, silly experience. Because like Ethan being part of the project kind of set the precedent. And then I thought about it and I was like, well, Ethan LARPs a lot and like actually always LARPs as like a homicidal maniac who's like always psychopathically evil. So I was like, but that's still kind of silly. So I think it'll still be okay. So I actually kind of like went into this game thinking like we were probably going to be the bad guys. Because of how Ethan typically role plays.
And had
so that
Ethan not
that
gone...
was another thing I thought about. And I was like, there's a chance that I'll just be like a goon, essentially.
Oh, I love that.
And Ethan will become a homicidal maniac and I'll be like, yeah, boss.
Had Ethan not gone into the bag, maybe, you know?
And, which is hysterical because there's an AU out there where I guess Voss and V are just the two goons to Harold.
Bill and Dill.
Oh, I love that. I
Could've
love
been.
that so
Um,
much.
Could
So
have been.
that was another thought that went through my head before we started. I am not used to DMs ever giving downtime in a game. So that was something I didn't plan for and something I didn't expect. Typically when I've played D&D, if a character wants to go do something special that would technically count as downtime, they would like ask. Be like, oh,
Yeah.
is it okay if I like, do we have time? Can I do this really quick? This is my very first experience ever being like, you have a day, what do you do? And me being like, I have no idea. I don't know. Like, I didn't write the story.
Except you did.
And so that was a really big challenge for me.
That's good.
But yeah, no, going into it, like, I think I kind of had this idea of like silly, funny, goofy, like everyone here is comedians time.
That's fun.
And it ended up being like very serious. And luckily, I have a lot of experience as a dramatic actor. But if I was just an improv actor, like, I don't know what I would have done.
Well, hey, you did great.
I am
All right,
not
Rhea.
good at comedy, and watching you and Ethan play off each other was incredible.
It was.
Oh, it was
indeed.
also especially unique playing a game with a group of LARPers versus like a group of like civilians versus like a group of actors versus like a, you know what I mean? And it was really interesting because of how quickly and like easily I felt like it was for everybody to like get into their character and role play, which was also a very fun experience.
That's awesome. Rhea, what was it like for you when you first started D4? Your initial expectations.
Going into it, I was a baby. Like, I had no idea what I was doing, and I was like bringing in a character that I felt comfortable with because like I knew who she was. I had like test played her in a home campaign. So I kind of knew her vibes. I knew I was coming in with the necromancer, and I'm not going to lie, I was always the kid to find the Christmas presents right before Christmas. And I found a notebook with everyone's classes on it, and I saw Paladin, and I was like, "Oh, she's going to kill me. She's going to kill me outright." And like I knew going into it there were going to be a couple hard sells in the group for necromancy. So I didn't know like where to start out, and I think that's why Vinley like came across so intense in the first few, is because I didn't know what to say. So I was playing silent and bitchy.
I love that. I also love that that's a not only a reflection of you, but it's honestly on some level a reflection on Finley. Just meeting new people again. That whole
Yeah, just like, nope, back up. I don't like you. Fundamentally, I already don't like you.
I love that. Harold, Petunia.
The question again?
And I'll ask this from Harold, and then Petunia, the twist for you, because I'm gonna do this same twist with Ellie and Lauren, is what was it like when you were asked to join the game?
When I was first approached about the game, I thought, well, this is neat. At the time, when they said, "Oh, we're going to stream this game," I thought it was a small operation, and that it was like like a webcam, just playing our own game, and that if people want to watch in our friend group, they can. I said to myself, I remember I said directly to Marquis at the time, I was like, "I bet this lasts a month," because we're all just busy people. And yeah,
5 years later.
And they asked me to be a part of it because I was playing a homicidal maniac at the time. And I can't keep a straight face. That is the greatest. You're not even wrong. So they asked me to be a part of it because of their experience playing with me there and knowing that I could do both comedy and drama. And I was super flattered. I thought it was crazy. At the time, I was like, why me? But I'm happy that I was chosen. I definitely am deeply grateful all these years later for my name coming up and something that was so
prolific in my life. Such a huge portion of my life is this game and loving it. But yeah, the moment that I was asked, I just said to myself, I said to I think Dustin called me, and I told Dustin, I was like, you realize I know next to nothing about D&D. He's like, oh, even better. Like, just immediately, like, oh, this is the best possible thing. And I had heard that bards were weak because I had heard about D&D back in 3.5 or 3.0 or something.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was like, I'll play a bard. I hear they're weak. And like, Dustin's like going, oh, they're not really weak anymore. Oh, you're rolling. It's fine. And so, yeah, it was, that was all I could think at the time was just, oh my God, like, it's cool that I'm getting chosen, but my expectations were so different than what it ended up being.
Love that. Petunia, what was it like when they asked you to join? Like, what was your thought process? Obviously, the show's been going on for a little while. You guessed for a little bit, and then you come on to the camera.
Yeah, I knew about it when it was about to start. They I think I was on the list at least at the beginning of people in the cast, but I'm in South Carolina.
Yeah, if you lived, I'll just go ahead and say it. If Ray lived in Atlanta, she would have been at the table as a full-time cast member from the get-go, like hands down.
And of course, I got to come visit a very blessed amount of times, and then guest quite a few times, and I was a pretty frequent guest just because of how many times I came to visit.
Yeah.
But the moment I actually officially joined was very casual, actually, because it was the episode where we took off into the ocean, and it was basically where it was like, okay, Petunia, what are you gonna do? Like, I guess I'm coming with you guys. And at this point, he was already living in Charleston, so it was like, I guess I can actually play now since you're here. You're on the show, and I guess I'll just hang out in here and play with you.
we got very lucky. We were both very excited about that.
Yeah.
We were determined to have Harold and Petunia be this really soft spot in the game where you could just, it's just gonna be warm and fuzzies. And then you made her forget it all. Shortly after we made that deal.
Funny how that works.
I'm so
It
glad.
was brilliant. That's the DM's influence.
Look, when I got the message from Ray, I had never felt more proud. And
he's like sending a mug to her.
I'm like, when the Padawan has become the master.
I love it.
The cup she got just said Ethan's tears.
It's true.
I love that.
I was just happy to play it. I was just excited to I want to make a non-com character now, and I was so excited to get.
Who ended up being extremely vital in combat due to all of her utility and disintegrate.
Disintegrate helped. That came later though, so yeah.
Love that. Goblin.
So I get a call from Dustin, who I had run with at a LARP that we both played, and he asked, hey, we're doing a D&D stream, would you like to join us? And I had switched from tabletop to LARPing by that point. I didn't play any tabletop. The last time I had played D&D was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So I get this call and I'm like, I miss playing tabletop. Yeah, I'll play. What's a stream? And he kind of explained it, and I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds fun. And I did not know anyone from D4 aside from Dustin, who was the guy that when I wanted to do some shady shit at a LARP, I went and got his character and his team because I was like, these guys are smart, they're effective, and they're not going to say shit about it. So that was my familiarity. Well, I kind of came to the understanding that they would sell that information, but they're not going to give it away for free. Anyways, I got to meet this amazing group of people and form friendships and find out things about myself that I didn't know until I started running with this group, and it is one of the best decisions I have ever made in my life, because these folks have a permanent place in my heart, and it's all thanks to Dustin. So thanks, dude.
Love that. Ellie, go to you next. So again, twisting the question a little bit. So you get asked to come on the show at this point. Show's been going for a couple of years. What was your reaction to getting the opportunity to join?
So at this point, the only person I really knew was Dustin, because we've been friends for 10 years.
I'm seeing a
And
common thread there.
yeah. And Dustin was on my Vampire the Masquerade stream, ATL by night. And he told me about his D&D stream, so I started watching it. And so I knew that Logan was leaving. And then when I got asked, I knew that I was kind of I was not taking his place. Obviously, no one can. But I knew that as an audience member, there's a void that his character creates because he has such a strong concept that I was like, okay, I have to come up with a concept that can fill that void. And so I was like, okay, I'm coming into this group as like Dustin's kid sister. He got invited out with his friends. Like I got to be cool. And so I wanted to make sure that for the audience, I was still providing the kind of dynamics and drama and intrigue that they were used to. And so I very intentionally built Karina to be the other side of the Voss coin, to be, a lot of similar motivations to Voss, but just taking them down a different route, which is why I leaned on her being a civilian, her feelings that, like for her magic was always just like simple druid shit. She's a gardener and a mason, and so she saw the similar injustices as Voss, but she didn't take them the more evil route. So I wanted to provide that same conflict and strength, but then also didn't know how to come into this this group of friends that have already been together for 4 years. How do I do that? And I said, I think I'm going to start with a D's nuts joke. I think that'll really break the ice. And my wife said, you can only do that because it's Dustin. And I said, at least he'll laugh. And I still have the gift saved of everyone's reaction to that, because I was like, okay, I think I'll do well with this group of people. And everyone has become family to me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Lauren, same twist for you. You get to guest a little bit, and then you come on the show full time.
Yeah. So I'll back up to the first guest, because I think I've talked a little bit about the joy of being able to join for that first chunk of time. So I'm working at D&D Beyond, and I'm watching a whole bunch of streams, and D4 is one of them, which I'm really enjoying, and it's doing all these unique things that I'm not seeing on the 3 billion other streams that are out there. And then Todd Kenrick, who I love dearly and is wonderful, and I made fun of earlier, but he really is one of the main reasons, says to those of us who are on Heroes of the Veil at the time, I want to make the D&D cinematic universe. I want Heroes of the Veil to be the nexus point of the MCU of D&D. And so if you know any shows that we want to work with, let me know. And I'm like, well, so I've been watching this show. So I guess he contacted Dustin, who I only knew from we had met at the stream of one of the streams.
Stream of Mini Eyes.
Yeah, because he took over. Thank you. One of them. And so I'd been watching the show, and I'd been a fan of the show. I only knew of Dustin, and whatever machinations happened in the background, suddenly I'm flying down to Atlanta, and I'm like, oh, this is great. I'm gonna guest on this show and have a lot of fun, get to meet all these cool people that have been watching on this stream and everything. And then that show happened, which I think was like episode 30. And
Yeah, somewhere around there.
yeah, it was super fun. And it was, we've talked a little bit earlier about how much it affected all of our characters. And I was like, well, this was great and lovely. And I hope I get to see you all at the next stream of whatever, and I'll still be watching. And then I flew back to Seattle. And then a little while later, I managed to sneak in for an episode because I was visiting Huntsville. So I drove on out and made a surprise. And nothing really happened in that episode that was important. Nothing really happened. And then so time is going on, and I'm watching the show and I'm enjoying it. I'm chatting with folks, and then and I've told this story, so I'll TLDR. Basically, when the show that I was playing Orkira on was coming to a fairly abrupt end, and there was a lot of other things going on with the pandemic, I was offered, because D4 was going remote at that point because of the pandemic. Oh, hey, would you like to join us? And we had always thought, oh, it's going to be like a month or two. It's going to be like a little bit of time. And I was like, but that's great. I'm like, we're all suffering because of the pandemic. And then as much as it sucked that the show had to stay remote for as long as it did, that year that I got to play was a sanity saver for me. So that was a joy. And then it was like, okay, everybody's going back into the studio. Okay, that was great. Love you all. Gonna keep watching over in Seattle. And the only thing I had said was like, I need to know when you're gonna go after Manchun, because that one time that I showed up, that nothing really happened for no real reason. I want to kill Manchun. And so I had always figured when that moment was gonna come, all right, I'm gonna get on a plane and go out to Atlanta, and all right, we're gonna kill Manchun. And so fortunately I was able to do it remote. And then basically at that point, that's when Ethan and Ray were also remote, and the crew had gotten used to being in kind of the hybrid mode. And so I was asked, hey, would you like to stick around and stay till the end of the show? And every time I've been asked, it's been an absolute joy. And I've had some of my favorite moments playing D&D with this group. And it was never any question every time I was asked how it was never, what do I have to do? Is this going to be a problem? Is this going to be money to show up? Is this going to be time? But it was like, no, whatever I got to do to play with these people, because these people are amazing. So yeah,
awesome. It was very reciprocated, Lauren.
It was a very weird and complicated series of events, and I'm so grateful for it.
I think that by fate, stroke of luck, and Dustin's just pure charisma of getting folks together, that he assembled a great cast for the whole length of the show.
He's got a gift.
Yeah, he does.
It also
he
helps.
does.
It also helps when Dustin's your player that is too brilliant and stresses you out as a game master, that when he asks you to come to a game, you have a chance for revenge.
That is fair. Yeah.
Love that. Dustin and Devin, one of the questions that was asked in Discord from JW Django, what made you guys be Dragon Heist for the basis of the campaign? Were there any other settings within the book system that you guys had considered?
So we've told the story a couple of times. I'm trying to make it real quick. We found out that D&D was doing a stream of Many Eyes. Dustin was just like, I'll see. I'll make a joke on Twitter and say like, hey, if you need a costumer, because that's what I do in real life, let me know. And they're like, yes, of course. Where are you? Atlanta. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, we can't fly you out. And he's like, well, I'm going to be there. and goes there, helps out, does amazing, meets all of these people, wonderful, and then he comes back with this idea of like, hey, streaming's kind of a thing now. You know how we watch Critical Role and those other things, and what if we did that? What if we just had a webcam?
Yeah, it's gonna be small webcam in the just us and a group of
Oh,
friends.
I remember those conversations.
Nothing big, nothing major.
Yeah, and I was like,
it'll just be us hanging out playing the next campaign.
And I said,
So my read wasn't wrong on
no,
you.
not at all.
No, it wasn't. It was 100% accurate.
And in my brain, I was like, okay, as long as it's small, that way it won't be stressful. And then we went to Gen Con, we talked to a bunch of people, and everybody went, huh, 2 DMs. That's unique. I want in on this action. Yes to your idea. And we went, oh no, too many people want this now. We have to do good. And then we were forced to try to make the best product we could with the limited amount of time that we had. And we like the idea of Dragon Heist. I typically, when I think of D&D, it's always the out in the wilderness, but having a political intrigue game.
The main reason for Dragon Heist is from Stream of Many Eyes, which is where I met Lauren, and it's where I got the idea to stream, because I met all of these wonderful, amazing D&D streamers, and that event was so special. And just, I mean, it literally was where I started my found family in in this actual play world that we have, and all the streamers and everything. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to
be a part of that magic.
Yeah, I want to be a part of that magic. I want to bring that joy of storytelling to these people, or to these people. Good Lord, that's terrible. To audiences. And I was like, let's I literally just got to see Waterdeep brought to life. Let's do it. I know, I know Waterdeep. I know Forgotten Realms. It's the setting that, aside from Dragonlance and Kryn, it's what I know the best of. And then we started talking. It's like, well, let's just make it as canon as we can. Let's just go all in to make this.
Because if we're gonna use Dragon Heist as the basis, it would be weird to use Dragon Heist and then make up a whole world that also involves Dragon Heist. So it's just like all of this history, books, video games, campaign guides, Dragon Magazine, all of these things exist. Why not utilize it? And then it just so happened that all of these stars, pun intended, aligned to make this great confluence of story beats that we had an idea for, and we went, oh, we don't have to write anything, we can just manipulate the lore that's already there. All of the
fill
gaps.
in the blanks, and as the more we went, the more we go, we're like, oh wow, this actually fits perfectly. Our idea is already in the ether, it's there. And as everybody said, we started to put a cast together, and I mean, it's just like I've said it for the past 5 years, like there is no better set of players than what we have there. I mean, you watch the hundreds of hours of content that we have, and so many times you see Devin and I doing this.
So many times.
Not even doing anything.
You all, our players, are just phenomenal storytellers, phenomenal role players, phenomenal actors, improvers, and to the point where I myself am drawn into what is happening. I'm laughing to where I'm crying because of what's going on. I'm so invested in the story that they're telling with us that it's just phenomenal.
But we always had the idea of putting a Lovecraftian twist into the story, because it was something that we hadn't seen anybody else do until years later, where we were the first and other people did it. And
not saying any names.
We were like, we wanted a Lovecraftian twist on it, and the best way to do Lovecraftian isn't like, oh, you're going out into the wilderness and you stumble upon it. No, it's you get involved with everyday people's lives, because the horror that, like I said earlier, that is Lovecraftian is the cosmos versus the everyday man. And why does the everyday man matter if you don't have relationships. And so we created this world where the city and the people that reside in it were just as special as the players that were interacting.
Waterdeep itself became an NPC.
Yep.
I love that. You mentioned that this journey that you all as DMs and then the players just all go on in terms of not only building your characters but your own acting abilities, and several people have touched on this a little bit. And Reverend Bo 57 asked in the Discord, any thoughts on the journey that you guys made, not just in your characters but how you approached improv? How did this game and this group influence you? Did you have different techniques? And so, high level, quickly, I will start with, let's see.
Why don't we just, if anybody has anything, let's just.
Yeah, if anyone's got anything for that. So, like, anything that you were like, oh, again, starting out, and then, like, over time, it's like, oh, I need to level up my game here. I need to grow my skill here.
Mark Meir joining us was the moment that I was like, oh, wait a minute. Hell yeah. And that made me up my game. That and Logan, actually. The intensity, the power, the depth that he brought to his scenes inspired me. So that's my answer.
I felt like, and Logan, you can stop me if I'm wrong, but I felt like I knew I was going to have a lot of like creative commonality between these people, especially with like Katie Atkins, because like she said, we used to do things together all the time. But when Logan and I met, I was like, I can't get it. You know, I was nervous. It's like, you know, I'm just meeting everybody, and I was like, I'm not sure how me and his character is going to get along. We're both very kind of like skill based, so we can work together. So I should really try to be friendly with him. But like the moment we started improvising together, it was like we'd known each other our whole lives. And those are the people you want to keep working with creatively, because you instantly you're like, oh, I get what you're doing. I see where we're going. And you can make the journey there so fun. And for me, like half the fun of having crazy arguments as Harold and Voss, or like coming into shitloads of money unexpectedly and both of them being excited that he just got rich, or you know, just all the different things we did together, it came so naturally. I mean, like the when everybody thinks that Rash Pants animation, Logan and I had met each other what 3 or 4 times at that point.
Yeah.
And we were just, it just came to us, and like, and we knew exactly how to like share the spotlight between each other and not overpower each other and let each other work. And I had never, it's just an instant connection that we had. And so that's a big part of what made me like go like, oh my God, I really want to keep up, because when we're working together, it just, the magic happens. So yeah.
So on the whole improv front there, this was really good exercise. Not only that sense, but also in the acting sense, because one of the problems I had early on in the career was decisions to take risky chances, or rather than go to A to B, go A to C or A to D. Like getting back to what Ethan was talking about, it's fun to work with somebody that you feel confident you can go A to C or A to D, and they can say, well, let's go D to G. And then it's like, okay, and then let's go G to F. And then it's like, okay, then let's go F to Z. And from rather than just moving on what is necessarily logical, think of a different aspect that also makes sense within the moment to move forward, something unexpected that maybe people didn't know they wanted, and then let the scene move out from there while still keeping within the context of the character. That's acting at its most basic and fundamental level, and that's what makes tabletop interesting. So when you've got people, and everyone here is within that group,
I agree.
Within the limits of that, where you feel confident that you can explore something like, there's a lot of weird and dark shit that I just felt like exploring just to see what would happen with it. Just out of pure curiosity. And it's like the more extreme shit I always would clear. Like when Katie and I had that very intense conversation about having to kill her father, that was stuff I cleared because I didn't want to step on her toes or anything like that, because I didn't know where she was going with the plot. but we still did it at the end of the day, and exploring that relationship, exploring those things moving forward, I think makes for compelling story and interesting television. It's the basis for a lot of things, and I still think I've said this a bunch of times, an unexplored avenue within this medium that I think needs to be explored more.
I always one more thing I want to bring up, talking about going from like different directions and realizing like midway, like let's double back and then head to the end because I've got an idea, sort of thing. One of the best examples of that in the campaign, I'll keep it short, was when we found Voss, and he's clearly taken over the entirety of the field ward, and he's like showing off his new renewed self. He's been in the pit, everything's, and like you can sense that there's a tension between him and and his old crew, but he's keeping it cool, keeping it calm. But we could tell, I could tell like we were taking personal digs at each other, even though that wasn't like discussed or anything. We were just kind of subtly going after each other because neither of us really bought each other, right? Like neither character believed the other one was really what they were presenting. And then he pulled me into the back and just caught me completely off guard by like dropping the act and being like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it was such a great moment, and none of that was planned and none of it was predictable. And it was just brilliant. And once again, it was with someone I knew. I was like, oh, we're gonna hit that finish line running, and it's gonna be magical. But like, you know, I just let him take the lead on that, and it just ended up being one of my all-time favorite moments of like both of them letting the facade drop, and it's almost like two brothers realizing they're never gonna be able to be what they want to be because one of them has to die for that to happen. And so it's really cool.
The trust in this group was incredible. I've never experienced anything like this in terms of a role-playing situation. I never questioned. It was an incredible experience to explore and go with everybody on the journey.
Related to all of that, this was one of the first shows that I saw on camera a scene happen, because it's all improv, but then the players out of character checking in on each other, even if it was just kind of a very quick, hey, okay. Because so much, especially at the beginning, so much of the D&D streaming was heads in boxes. So all of that was happening backstage, or it was highly produced things and where that was cut out. So seeing from the TTRPG perspective, less the improv, seeing that moment happen, that reconnection of the people after the characters had an intense moment, and letting that happen on camera in front of everybody, it was kind of this eye-opening moment for me of that's some of the beauty of this type of entertainment. You don't have to hide that it is all people playing characters and that it's improv. Like, you can show those kinds of things. You can have everybody's looking for that continuous story and those really good interactions, but the players interacting as well is just as important, and that's not something that's not something you really see in other pieces of media as much.
Yeah, and the players working together to playing off of each other, and you all doing such a great job of ebbing and flowing with each other. It's so critical, and it's not every group has that.
I did want to piggyback one more thing off of something Logan said about like our characters having conflict. That's also something I've never done like really in a campaign before, where there was another player character that like there was really no way around it. My character wasn't gonna like them type of a thing. And it kind of made me realize, because like I said earlier, I've only ever played silly versions of D&D really and TTRPGs, is it reached a point in this game where it occurred to me that, oh, it kind of makes sense why role-playing is like something people do in therapy. And like working out like conflict resolution with, even though it's all fictional, we're not even playing as ourselves, you know, we're playing characters and stuff. trying to like, I feel like there are so many other campaigns where they were probably afraid of conflict to the points where they just bended their character to fit the narrative so that the group could stay together and realistically be fine and like mesh. But I do really appreciate that this show wasn't afraid of said conflict. It is more realistic. I like how we worked it into the storyline. I know that, you know, Voss and Logan had to eventually like part ways at a certain degree, which I know a lot of other campaigns and stories they probably try to avoid that. But it's just more realistic that if you're gonna start with a group of people, there's gonna be drama. And I like that our group of role players isn't afraid of said drama and conflict instead of everything being hunky-dory at all times. And like we're all just, what was like the old thing people used to say, just a group of murder hobos?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
like
guys
it
are definitely
wasn't.
not a group of murder hobos.
Yeah, because like it's just so easy to kind of like fuck up and burn a whole city down and then walk away and forget about it because it's all in pretend land with no real consequences.
Piggybacking a bit off of what Goblin was saying with the trust in the group to how I had to elevate myself. It a bit of a funny way, but with being pregnant almost the entire time I was on the show, but I was also a high risk pregnancy, and I had told the group this isn't something I want to talk about on air. You know, I don't want to publicly go through this because something might happen. So I want to keep it private. And everyone was so great about keeping it private and also like giving me space when there was difficulties, and then my commitment to them in the improv of, okay, then I need to be present and play this character like I'm not fighting throwing up every 10 minutes, you know, and really like worked on a lot of my improv skills because I started as an improv performer and just worked on my improv skills to go, okay, how can I make sure that I'm keeping my own secret while everyone else is helping me keep that secret.
You did a phenomenal job, by the way. Like knowing what you were experiencing going into the cameras flipping on, you did an amazing job.
Yeah, I literally don't think I could have done that. That had been so difficult. I feel like if it was me, I'd been like, I'm actually not gonna do this project. Sorry.
That's why eventually I just started being like, sorry guys, I have to like eat my little mini Oreos off camera. I'll not be disruptive about it, but if I don't eat like a Cheez-It every 15 minutes, I'm gonna throw up.
No, you did awesome.
Yeah, you did. And I'm again, I think the fact that this whole group gives that kind of safe space for that is just another testament to how you guys are all working together and doing such a great job at it. So, pivoting a little bit, DMs. This is a question from JW Django that was asked in Discord. What were the biggest wrenches the players put into your plans? Because obviously with improv, there's a lot that can happen and just change real quick.
Aside from Logan,
well, I will touch on the one thing that, besides spending a lot of time on Logan, the one thing that ended up being one of the greatest scenes in all TTRPG that was a wrench when we were like, you're in a safe house, the cops are coming. It's okay. You're not, you know.
Oh my God.
You have your hand in the cookie jar, but you have an alibi. You have everything worked out for you. You just need to not roll a 1 in this conversation. And Voss is like, "It's the cops! Scatter!" And we were like, oh no, what do we do? And so there was this huge chase scene that we had to improv, and then there was the character of the Black Viper that we were going to plan on bringing in way later, and we were just like, we went to break after he made it to the marshes of Waterdeep, and we had to sit out back in the alleyway of the studio and go, what are we doing? What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? So that was the biggest, and then that whole thing brought in the Doom Raiders, and it ended up for being a great storyline.
I'm gonna actually
that.
I'm gonna bring up something that actually none of the players here had a hand in, but it was a very, very big wrench that changed the story in a way that rewrote an entire aspect, and that is the Hag. Because the entire story of the Swamp and the Hag was written for a guest player, Alex Ward, who was supposed to come on the show and play a Goliath druid that I have a mini for, I have character art for, I have everything. And the Friday before he was supposed to travel, because he was flying to Atlanta to work on a show that he was working on, they had to move the schedule around, and so his flight then changed to Monday, so he wasn't actually able to get out on that weekend, and so we had the entire Hag and Swamp story, anti-Agnes. None of that was originally in the story. We wrote that to literally bring in his really amazing spore druid that he created into this thing, and that's why that site, why we threw in Pixel into the mix, and we came up with that idea to have to go to those woods to get that, and it ended up becoming a huge part of our long form narrative.
The only thing
Alex.
Yeah, the only thing, one, his character was supposed to be like the first Goliath outside of V's family that she was supposed to interact with, so that was going to be a character point for that. And then the only thing that was tied to the main narrative were the lion's mane mushrooms, right? But then we were like, well...
And it was still going to be a side, like up until the point where the deal was made. It was going to be just a side quest. And then we're like, well,
we got to make it bigger.
We got to make it bigger, and we got to tie in. And that's when we came up with Yosef. It's when we came up with the Black Goat. It's when we tied in.
Screw you guys.
All of that. And that all came from that wrench of showbiz scheduling changes.
Shothragot being tied to Ganadar was a thing, but Ganadar was always going to be the big bad. But tying Shothragot to the Lovecraftian lore of Shub-Nigrath, the mother of monsters, the Black Goat, as it is also known as, we were like, oh, well, there's the answer right there. That one actually wasn't planned before we had to make that a bigger part, and it was just so quick and easy that we figured it out right after the episode. We were like, done. We got it.
Yep.
I love that.
Well, actually taught me a valuable lesson. And that is, even if you think you have the information, listen to what the DM says.
Yeah, and it's if you go back and watch those episodes, there's a figure in the distance that is lumbering, and that is his PC that we still put it, because it's like there might be a chance that he can make it. Yeah, and he never was able to actually make it onto the show, and we hate it, but because it was such a cool concept, and we had. Like I said, I have character art for it. I have a mini for it, and then it just never saw the light of day because schedules.
And the drawings, Yosef doing the drawings of the Black Goat was a last minute addition to be like, okay, this is going to be the narrative tie-in. Yep. This is how we do it.
Oh man, that sparked something in me. As a follow up for you guys, what was something that you expected the players to figure out super fast, and then what was something that you expected that they just took a while to figure out, and then what was the flip of that? What was something that you expected them to take a while to figure out that they just figured out super fast?
Can I guess one of them?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a guess that y'all thought we would see the goat thing like so quick. I don't know if it's true, but anyways, that's it. Continue.
To be fair, I was off camera saying I thought Yosef was a goat.
That whole thing, you guys figured out that there was something weird about Yosef, and there were a bunch of things where like he would constantly looking at the stars. He got Pixel to start looking at the stars. There were like all of these like breadcrumbs where like, are we ham-fisting this too hard? Are they going to figure out this aspect? Because if they go down this, we had 3 bad guys, right? There was Ganadar was a big bad. There was the Dead 3, and then there was Manshun, right? Those were like the 3 main big bads. And depending on where you guys wanted to take the story and what decisions you made to thwart big bad plans would kind of narratively dictate who the actual inevitable big bad would have been. And so we're like, we kind of want the Lovecraftian one to be the big bad. Are we making it too easy for them to figure out? So I guess that would be the one that we were scared that you would figure out too quick, but didn't.
Yeah, I know that there were times, I can't off the top of my head think of one specific. I know there were times where we're just like, well, they figured that out. That was yep. And I'm sure
like the murderer.
Yeah. Figuring out the ritual murders spelled out the word harbinger.
Yeah, that was
that was quick.
Yep, that was
quick.
We
were like, oh crap! Now we got to figure out a different way to do this. Oh, God's Day. Okay, we'll do it there. Yep. So then we had to
figuring out who the prince was.
That one, I think.
You gave the description, and she said, "Oh, he looks like an elf."
Yeah. There was a moment where I was like, did I play the hand too quickly? But then I thought about timeline, and I was like, no, it's okay if they figure this one out. Not like super fast, but like
someone's. I think the biggest, and I wouldn't even say but even like wrench or not even wrench, but it was going to Evermeet, and it was the transport via plants to bypass the entire
Elven Temple,
the
entire
dungeon crawl that we had written and planned, and was just like boop,
a whole episode.
It's that cheek that glitch in Mario where you hop on and then you just go right to the end. You just bypass everything.
Right along the top.
What was the vertical map? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I felt a little bad about it because when I thought of it, I thought I had figured out like some hook you guys had, and then you both looked so aggravated that I was like, "Oh no, oh no!"
It was.
I remember you mentioning some
map we bypassed. What was that?
I'll answer that in a second. But Ross, what were you saying?
I was gonna say no. I was just gonna make a pithy comment because Ellie mentioned earlier. Getting back at Dustin being at his table. There you go, right there.
Yep.
The vertical map had no narrative like importance. It was just a cool idea for a map that we hadn't seen. And so when you guys basically did all of the things possible to pass over that bridge without any consequences, we're like, well, if we break the bridge, then it's kind of just being like, oh, too bad, no matter what you did, it was always going to break, so we had to give it to you. We're like, good job. Well, that just means that there's going to be 4 more creatures in the fight against the sledgehammer creature.
Yep.
But it was just a cool map. That's
just a cool map, and we're just like, well, you guys bypass that. It is what it is. Look at this really cool map we made that we get to show off after the fact, but you don't get to fight on.
Yeah, but all the noise and the fighting attracted the creatures. So there we go. We still got.
I got one for something that we should have figured out quickly, but took us way too long. Was that door?
That stupid door.
Where we had to where there was like an invisible staircase or whatever. I think.
No, that was the red herring.
Okay, yeah, just that door that we were trying to figure out how we were going to get through the door to get through the bridge on the other side.
We
but
had
there
to
was
swing.
there was a gap.
And
we were like coming up with like a trillion ideas to fill that gap, and it was y'all finally were like, you could just jump to the door.
Because doors are always the BBEG of every single campaign.
Y'all were dying.
Every door is a mimic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's one. There you go.
Oh man.
Next question.
Man.
Jesus. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like there are so many of those small little moments throughout, but that's fun to kind of jump back down that. All right, shifting to the players with a question. This is from Strike Red Kite. So, and just speak up as you have something. What aspect was the hardest for you in deciding for your character, and did you end up happy with it, or did you end up changing it down the road? So think of like your initial decisions for your characters.
I think to kind of take the lead on this one, I made Vinley so mean, and that's a huge aspect of her character in the beginning, is that she's not that great of a person to exist in the same room as. And once like a couple weeks, a couple episodes went by, I was like, I'm concerned that I might be coming across really, really mean. And it was important to me to like kind of keep that like harsh tone with her in the beginning because I knew I wanted her to soften over time. So like even if there were people in the very beginning who necessarily didn't love Vinley and what she said, I hope those people can look back and see where she got to and what she became and kind of see where I was going with it. And sometimes evil people have to exist for a little bit in order to become good again.
That's fair.
Your
I
character
know.
hated mine.
Yeah.
I know Orkira didn't originate at D4, but when I was going to join that first stretch of time, there were, and I know, Rhea, we had a couple discussions as well, like, how does Orkira join and not want to destroy every single undead that she creates? How do we do this? Because, like, that's, her hating undead is such a core part of who she is for a bunch of different reasons. And so joining and then going through that whole evolution, and by the time she left after that first year, having reconciled a lot of the reasons why she hates undead and then not necessarily immediately exploding every time she saw them, like that was Vinley. And then that was also Rhea and I being like, how do we make this work in a way that makes sense, but also so that I don't destroy your undead?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna let you go to the next one.
All right.
Oh, okay. That question was just like what regrets we would have done differently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going in a specific order.
Nope, no
Sorry, I
specific
actually
order.
have
feel
one
like
little thing.
everything Seisha went through made her who she was. So
My only thing is as a player, I guess, versus more like the character, which I think would attributed to V, is my one regret is early game with me just not having any experience and not knowing what the hell to do with downtime in a role-playing game, with no like guide really. I felt like I do wish that like I had thought of like, oh, maybe there's like a newspaper that me as a player can ask to read, and there's like articles of things that would have intrigued V to go out and do something and take action in order to try to find something to do with that time instead of always just sort of tagging along to what everyone else was doing all the time or just doing nothing at all, really.
Lanky boy.
I do.
Yeah.
Boy.
It just didn't occur to me that like that was something I could do. So yeah.
I do have a regret, and that was that V and Seisha didn't get to go. V and Seisha didn't get to go check on Lanky Boy.
I should have.
It was destroyed.
We should have included that in our freaking epilogue, dude.
Should have.
I don't know what the heck. I should have brought tissues first of all. Been like, I got you this tissue.
I nothing I planned for Harold came true at all. So everything changed, and I loved it for it. What about you?
Petunia really didn't. I don't think she changed much from her original concept. I took disintegrate. That was her biggest change.
You need a deterrent if somebody's going to try to harass you. Yeah.
And thank you for it. Thank you for taking that disintegrate. That's amazing.
Indeed.
I think with Karina, like my main two considerations when bringing her to D4 from her NPC status in the home game was how recently did she kill her parents? Because that's a whole plot of her. I was like, is it going to be something she did a while ago, or is it something that was more recent? Because if it was a while ago, then she's already fully jaded and a little bit more in the Voss direction. Yeah. And then the other was if she and Cora had gotten married, because they're just dating in the home game at this point. And it was like, finding that balance of how long ago did she kill her parents and where is she on that path of jaded anger when she meets everyone, and but did she get married, so does she have that grounding that she can call back to when stuff gets rough. And my only regret is I probably would have pushed back her killing her parents a little bit because she was so guarded when she met the group that I didn't realize until there were multiple moments where like my natural roleplay inclination was to have Karina talk to them, and she didn't, because I try to stay very true to the timeline of the game, because that always feels weird to me. Like when a game's gone on for like a year, but in game time it's been like a week and you're just saying shit to people you would not say that you've only known 3 days. So trying to keep her true to the game timeline, I think it would have been easier had she been a little more jaded, because she would have actually opened up more than with it being as fresh as it was.
That's good. Logan?
I mean, Voss was originally not a networker or a planner at all. Like, that's why I didn't take any skills in charisma. So, because I figured we already had that slot covered. So that was the massive change. It just got to a point where both practically and like within game, it just made the most sense to do things. I'll go ahead and say this too. I don't know if this was ever revealed or not. In one of the earlier episodes, there's a scene where Orso gets accosted by thugs, and we learn the Harlequin hired the thugs, and then Voss has Orso kill one of them as kind of like a meddling thing. Voss planned all of that out. The Harlequin did not order the thugs. Voss dressed up as the Harlequin and then told those thugs to accost him. So if he was under zone of truth, he could say that technically the Harlequin was the one who did it. He did this for a couple of reasons, because this was right after. One, he did want to get Orso on their side, and secondly, he didn't feel they were taking enough steps to deal with the Harlequin. So he feels that if he was sending people after their friends, and he could say, hey, someone dressed as the Harlequin is apparently doing this, we should probably do something about him, right, guys? So that was, I don't know if there's anything else. There's probably is, but that was like the main thing. Like Voss had planned all that out from the beginning.
Dustin Devin, is that true? Is that fucking true?
100%.
100%. There's actually
Oh
another
my
one too.
God.
Oh!
I feel like
Oh
we
my
do these, and then
gosh.
it's like, and then we're all like, yeah, my character kind of did this, but they could have done that, but like, oh well. And then Logan is just like, everything you've ever known is a lie.
So there's another one too.
What's the other one?
I love it.
Did we talk about Harold's parents? Oh, I set that
No,
up?
we haven't. That's the other one.
Okay.
I
said
say let's go into this.
But
Okay.
there's also Petunia's parents as well.
Oh yeah, I set assassins to take out Petunia's parents, but told you about that. I had heard about it because I figured, you're not taking this seriously. They were like thugs. They were like low-level thugs, dude.
Yep.
If fucking Bregan de Arth couldn't take him out,
Yep.
then I mean, what was the point of that?
But the curveball that we threw that wasn't planned is the town guard member who came by to stop them was the Harlequin.
Yep.
Oh my God!
So, yeah, I guess I saw a question.
Oh my
but
God.
To
Yep.
piggyback off of this,
The Harlequin question that I was going to ask that. Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
So, anytime we would describe someone, but you guys would never really interact with them, that was most likely the Harlequin. The one time you guys did interact with them, and it got a little scary for a second, because it was right at the cusp where we have to get them out of Waterdeep. However, we have to have the Harlequin know they're leaving Waterdeep. How do we do this? The old man that was playing dragon chess with Declan, that was the Harlequin in your bar. Yep. And you guys had a direct interaction with that old man.
Yep.
What did we say?
Oh, it was just something kind of like, oh,
Like,
hey.
you want a beer?
It was just kind of like, it was more so you were talking with Declan, and Declan being, an NPC that we can't, he was interacting with the old man, and the old man was kind of interacting with you. And there was some exchange, but it was kind of like somebody asked, like, who is this old man? Have we seen him before? And we're like, it's just a patron. You've seen him a couple of times.
I'm going back to watch that
Yeah.
because
How many
I
times?
have emotions.
How
What
many
would you
times
have
did
done
the
if I was like,
Harlequin
I'm
show
gonna
up?
kick the old man? Like,
He was. It's hard with the days because
Sure.
multiple episodes, but the Harlequin every day that went by, you interacted with the Harlequin.
And I never punched him in the face.
Yeah, the Harlequin was always there. Like once Harold thought he had the upper hand, the Harlequin was like, I'm going to let you have that, but I'm always going to be there. And I'm going to wait until you're vulnerable, and I'm going to take advantage of it. And he did that, and he took the one thing he knew you cared about most.
wow, obsessed
Yeah.
much? Jeez.
100%.
Life.
Oh,
To
without a
lock
doubt.
him in the ship.
Huh?
Did y'all expect me to lock him in the ship?
No, because we did those rolls off screen, right? We're like, we were like, make 3 rolls, and then we created the narrative from those 3 rolls, and the Harlequin had you hand over fist until you rolled that natural 20 on the paralytic poison, and then you got the upper hand and locked him in the closet, and we rolled damage, and he survived.
Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah.
I just felt
love
so
that.
smart when I was like, I'm just gonna lock him in a sinking ship and run.
Yep.
Like I'll never win in a fight, so now I just gotta let nature do its business.
So I'm gonna loop it back to Logan because there was another machination. We may have talked about it in D4&After. I don't remember, but it was the when you originally met your parents again at the town. There was.
Oh yeah. So I, once again, because we were trying to decide whether or not Harold's parents were on the up and up, I staged the whole thing with the letter coming in and like somebody in town who was dressed like, they said some dude dressed in, weird ass clothes came up to us and gave us this letter, and they said it was
All
from
black.
Hellerthak. I did that. That was Voss. Voss did that because he wanted to see. It's like, hey, we'll see whether or not they're on their up and up, because if they take this and try to kill us or capture it, then we know, and then we know for sure. But they didn't, so you're welcome.
We had no idea at the time, but
I did.
But so out of play, I think that's the one time in where we had a clue that Voss might have been involved with it, because you had that interaction with Davil.
Yeah.
The letter that got delivered. Well, it was never
Very
said
vague,
exactly.
circuitous conversation.
Yeah, but in hindsight, a lot of that stuff made sense, and it also, in hindsight, it made a lot of the decisions that we made really funny. Of like, oh, let's see if we can track down this guy. Let's see if we can do this thing. Like, oh, let's ask the Phoenix a whole bunch of questions about who this person is.
There were several times that Seisha realized Voss was not a good person, but she refused to accept it. And that was one of the times, because he vanished that night to go do things. And then we found out that this letter got delivered by someone in all black. And that was where Seisha was like, oh, wait a minute.
Patrick, you're the man.
That was incredible.
You gotta, when your enemies are knocking at your door, you gotta take proactive steps. And if I need to manipulate the people you love or the things you care about, or set up, strange scenes where, you're questioning your self-worth and your soul's screaming inside of you, and that's, that's just something you have to do. And I feel like I don't get thanked enough for the gifts I bestow on people.
Well, it's because we don't find out about your gifts until months later when we do a Q&A. We needed to do more Q&As.
Being a Secret Santa's all about.
How do you decide? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I love
How do you
that.
decide what, like, when you are plotting and scheming? How do you decide what will happen in game and what is happening out of game? Like, not out of game, but like not. Does that make
Dustin,
sense?
Devin and I would talk like all the time. Essentially, like, what could I do? What can't I do? Like, I would say like 50% of the stuff I presented was shot down, and that's fine.
You
It's
never
a game at
stop
the end of
playing the
day.
game.
No, it's like you never stop plugging, you never stop playing. Like, it's just because it's like, okay, that idea doesn't work. Cool, I got 100 others.
Yeah, when
And
we
we'll
would
just keep.
when we would ask you
Yeah.
guys, hey, whatever you guys think that you want to try and do in the next episode or foreseeable future, what are your goals? And every single week, Logan would send us a full minimum 1-page document of bullet points.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we were
So
like,
it's like,
yeah,
and it's-
to
So you
this,
guys
no to
decided
this.
what happens not in
So-
like in game and happens like
Here's how it would
secretly.
work. We would say, these are the things that are possible. These are the things that are not possible. And it all depends on how it plays out through role play and dice rolls. It never was, oh, that's what you want to do? Okay, it happens. It was like, if this is what you want to do, we can set up those opportunities, but it depends on what happens. Like the whole Orso thing. Like there was one time where it was, is Orso going to kill this person, or is Voss going to lose this connection because he pushed him too far? And the roles played out that he manipulated Orso to the point of doing an unspeakable act of murder. But yeah. It's
I mean, I had that guy ruling a piece of the city by the end of it, so you know.
Amazing. Amazing.
Sheesh.
I don't know that anyone will ever be as good as planning as Boss. Yeah, no.
I mean, Boss was pretty good. We had a
Or-
good moment there, Boss.
Or Patrick Logan.
we can only
Yeah.
we can only aspire to be half as good.
I
No,
want
we
to
had a-
see you like on Survivor, dude. Like I want to see you like on Big Brother. Like I
Yeah.
gotta see you in reality
I
TV
mean,
competition shows.
I wouldn't do that shit. Like,
I
would
know,
feel bad
I
about
know
doing
you
that to,
wouldn't,
like,
and I wish you were the kind of person who would.
like,
I would watch
oh.
that. That's good television.
It would be so
I
good. 'cause
despise reality TV.
I love that
Shouldn't be
shit.
giving
It's
any,
so
like, juicy
funny. Like
tea.
on the oh my god, like on Traders, like that would be crazy.
Oh man, it would be
I don't
nuts.
even know what that is.
Put him
Oh,
on
it's,
Real
I don't
Housewives. I would watch that
Basically,
shit.
it's a bunch of
I'm
people,
so
and
old.
there's a couple people in there who are like spies. They're trying to suss out who the spies are. It's like a espionage game.
Sounds good.
Oh
All right.
my goodness. Look it up.
Oh man, I think Logan brought that at IRL for this game. So,
that's
all right,
hilarious.
we are closing in on time. So I want to shift us to kind of a couple final questions. And this question came from Cheetah. And so, what will you as players miss most about playing your D4 character? And I'm gonna start with, let's see, I'll go middle of the screen here to Harold and Petunia.
Well, obviously, I'm gonna miss Harold and Petunia as a couple, which was an enormous part of the character, and made both Ray and I extremely happy. But I think the thing I'm gonna miss the most about Harold was feeling like I'm playing a person who sees the best in everyone and sees connections between people that maybe they don't see or don't want to see. He was, in a lot of ways, the glue, I think, at least multiple people told me as much, in that he just kind of wanted everyone to coexist and find happiness in the small things and recognize that like their circumstances are wild, and but that doesn't mean they can't be people. I really loved the humanity aspect of him, and I'm really going to miss being this lovable kind of idiot. It was his dump stat. I'm not making fun of my own character. I mean, he really was not the brightest. But like he's this kind of guy who really just wasn't much of a thinker, was more of just I'm going to go in and wing it everything I do. And but with people, he recognized something in all of them that I don't think don't think I even know how to put into words, a humanity about everybody that was so vital for them to recognize. And I miss pointing out those things about those characters because they're all amazing characters.
Oh, for Petunia, I'll probably miss. it was very for some reason it was very easy for her to or for me to be kind of a source of like positivity and encouragement, because like the campaign was very dark and heavy, and it got the very long standing characters a little worn down, so it was just kind of fun having just like Petunia just sort of bounced back no matter what happened. I mean, obviously there's some exceptions to the rule, but it was fun just being able to be like, all right, come on, let's do this, and just being able to bounce back and play a really fun character. Just a very uniquely styled, like, divining magic is weird and wacky and very useful. Did not expect that. I'm gonna be missing a lot of those extra roles in my future characters.
I love that. Bentley, Rhea, what are you gonna miss most about playing Bentley?
I think out of everything, because I think I got everything I wanted out of Vinley ultimately. Like, she got her beautiful little story bow wrapped on top, something that she in character never thought she would ever in a million years get. I think the most I'm gonna miss is like her joy of helping people and like discovering new magic and like seeing those little sparks of magic in other characters' eyes of like, oh, you care about this? Now I'm going to teach you everything I know. Like, that's why she did it with Declan. It literally, anyone who wanted to learn magic, she was like, well, here's my entire spell book. If you would like to copy it down, I have extra ink. And I don't know. I think she was really, really closed off, but in her own way, she really just wanted the best for people in her own way. And yes, that included killing certain people. But she wanted the best for the people who wanted the best for others.
That's good. Ellie, what are you gonna miss playing about Karina?
So funny enough, it's because I like playing civilian characters. I think they're a fun change up from playing hardened adventurers. Um, but I think what I'll miss most about Karina is that initial inspiration from being the other side of Voss, being that other avenue of playing someone who hates every single aspect of being an adventurer, the hard choices, and keeping that moral compass that you lose when you play D&D for a very long time. Just I'll miss playing a character that challenged me, like coming up with in those moments, like, when we could revive one person out of the 13 people in Waterdeep, and that challenge as both a player and a improv person to hate that moment for what it represented. And so I'll miss getting to play that moral quandary, and very grateful that I came in after Logan to have that inspiration point, pun intended, on building Karina.
Love that. Logan, what are you gonna miss about playing Boss?
Character interactions. Everything from the NPCs to the cast to everything that was there. That's what makes D&D fun, and I'll especially honestly miss the problems, i.e., the hard conversations, the difficult things, even the shouting matches at times, because that obviously, particularly if you're going to do a televised thing, that's not what it can be 24/7. Otherwise, it's just dramatic overload. But I think, honestly, if you like in a tabletop environment, whether it's on stream or off stream, you need to feel comfortable having those difficult conversations with the players that you have at the table, those disagreements, those intense things, because knowing, as Katie said earlier, that it's like you can walk away from this conversation without necessarily the baggage of you would with an actually intense conversation is helpful. It's cathartic and it's enlivening. And like when I talk about the aspects of the game that I think need to be, focused on more, that's part of it.
good. That's good. Goblin, what are you gonna miss about playing Seisha?
The thing I'm gonna miss the most is seeing my wonderful friends every week. This group has meant so much to me. I have gone through a lot in the last 5 years on an out of game level. I've had ups and downs, and knowing I had a comfort zone with this group of people that I could come to every week and know that I would have love and support out of game as well as in game. It got me through some bad times. So seeing my friends every week and being in their presence and absorbing that energy and love, that's going to be the big thing, or that is the big thing.
Yeah, that's hard. That's good too, though. Lauren?
So a lot of the same things, but a lot of that is Lauren's going to miss playing with all of you, and Lauren's going to miss this. As far as what I'm going to miss about Orkira being in this game, it's the reminders that she got from all of the other characters about the simple joys in life, and how doing the things that she does, the actual impacts it has on people's lives, so that they can go do like really boring normal things. She's talked, and I've talked a little bit about how she's come from really weird adventures and gone off on really weird things, and she's a really weird creature. So like the enjoyment of having a home, the enjoyment of going out shopping with your friends, the simple joys that people get to do that she doesn't normally get to do, is a reminder to me to enjoy those things too.
So good. Catkins?
Maybe I shouldn't have gone last. I am gonna miss being kind of okay. So about V, I guess I'd miss is the fact that she's just kind of like an idiot savant. I love that playing her. It gave me so much opportunity to always be able to kind of say or do something to like shock everybody or make everyone laugh or just be like so unserious. And I've definitely really enjoyed playing her for like those reasons. Absolutely. But just as sentimental as everybody else, I am absolutely gonna miss this group. And I truly enjoyed getting to know like all of you and playing with all of you. And I learned a lot as a role player and improv actor from all of you. And it's just been a very incredible experience that I'm glad I got to be a part of. I'm very flattered that Ethan even thought to ask me to be part of it. So I'm so happy I got to be a part of this whole journey. And I've definitely made lifelong friends. It feels like summer camp. I don't know how else to explain that. It's like you're my camp
100%.
friends. Like those are my camp friends
That's
from
good.
camp. You wouldn't know them. Like, you know what I mean
That's
though?
good. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like it's so fun. And you guys even brought me out to like LARP for the first time, and I learned very quickly, not for me, but love that y'all love it.
You did a wonderful job, though.
I appreciated it, but the social anxiety I get on that level of like role playing all the time, I'm like, whew, I'd rather just be in a group of strangers, be like like being myself because I was so worried about having a bad performance like the entire time. But none of you guys are worried about that because you're so good at it and it just comes second nature to you that I'm sitting there thinking like, what's my character gonna do and say next? I don't know. So
If it
but yeah.
helps, I still get that. And I've been doing it for over 20 years, so you're fine.
Yeah, no, you're definitely OG, but no, I'm definitely gonna miss just the camaraderie and friendship from seeing you guys every week and just the fun times we have both on and off camera.
Yeah. Dustin, Devin, I know you guys don't. You guys play a lot of characters.
I mean, I'm gonna miss the NPCs. The great thing about getting to portray and even revisit NPCs that and characters that I got to play at LARPs that I don't get to play anymore, or things like that. It was nice. But I think what I am going to say is I'm gonna miss every single one of my players and what they brought to this table. At the end of the day, it wasn't us making a show. It was us sitting around playing a game and telling a story that we'll remember forever. It's Lauren, it's the coming on as a guest, but becoming family. It's the this story would not be the same without Arkira, and I'm so glad that we were able to end this chapter with you and her with us. So glad that we were able to, through technology, have you here, because it the beats that and things that you as a role player and a person and Orkira and her story, being able to continue it and see where having to be able to yes and off of where she's been, what she's been doing, multiverse hopping. Orkira is the Loki of this group. Like you're 100%, and we're
Don't tell Todd that, he'll be so upset.
I mean, or maybe she's the Mobius. Maybe she's more the Mobius of it because from Todd's Avron's Loki aspect. But that version, and I'm just gonna miss that.
Orkira is a good bean.
A raspy, wonderful voice. As I'm getting raspy voice now. But and Rhea, I'm 5 years ago. Longer than that. I mean, you're my cousin. I remember when you first brought Vinley to the table, and at the home game where we were playing, and Devin and I were playing characters that absolutely hated her and despised her, and to the point where you ended up not playing her anymore because we were playing Nigel and Kane, and for those who know who that is, it's just it was. Yep.
They're lawful assholes.
Yeah.
But that being said, very much like how you said Vinley was at the beginning of this campaign is very much how she was in that story as well, is just very off-putting and reclusive and mean.
Yeah, and then the home game that came after that, the Out of the Abyss campaign, that was literally the campaign that I ran before we did D4. When I was talking about it, I mean, there was no question that I wanted you to sit at this table, and it's not because I can easily make you cry. It is.
That's just a bonus.
It is the level of love that you put into your characters and the story, and the emotion that you bring to everything, and that sass. I mean, it's the without a doubt. Like, you walk in, and like even describing the way that Vinley walked in and seeing her develop, and that character development from, like you said, where she first walked in and she was just a total awful person in that environment of upbringing, to the point of where she ended up.
There were points in your story character arc where you're like, I think Vinley would leave, and we were like, please stick with it. We understand why you feel that way. unless it's an out of play issue, and you're like, no, it's an in character thing. We're like, we would love to tell this story with you, of how she opens up, and
especially
blossoms.
because we saw her leave before. Like
Yeah.
Dustin and Devin saw her leave before, and then the role, that moment of when you were literally leaving,
and then Seisha ended up right in front of you.
and that was the moment where you decided to stay, and the story would not be the same without Vinley if you had left. Goblin, I can't, like I said, we LARPed together, and I knew from that moment of those interactions of shady, sneaky business and stabbing people in the back, and that level, I was like, all right, when I was talking to Devin, I was like, all right, so I got this fiery redhead who I think is gonna bring a wonderful passion, and I mean, I am the amount of emotion that you bring to each scene, but on the other aspect, the amount of times that you talked yourself out of the correct answer.
Oh my god. Yes.
It is one of my biggest skills.
Are you a bad test taker?
I am like amazing at tests because I go through it quick and I don't have time to think about it.
Where V was the idiot savant, where it's just like could figure out a puzzle in an instant. Seisha is like a savant idiot, where you are this big brain, but your big brain gets in your way.
You overthink it, and then you're like, oh nope, it's not this, and you end up talking and I'm gonna miss those moments because it helped as a DM. It great storytelling, and it a lot of yes and off of, but just that energy and emotion was just amazing to watch, and then the comeback of like, oh wait, no, this is why it's that, and like you putting the pieces back together,
and then kicking yourself because you're like, I knew it, but I told myself that wasn't it.
Yeah, and I mean, and I'm gonna the note taking, the fact, like there were times where we would ask you, hey, and you check your notes because we can't find it in ours. Will you just double check that in your notes that you took, just to make sure that we're remembering the right thing? And you followed the threads that we put in there, and I mean, it was moments that even moments like the black goat made it all worth it.
Yeah.
Ethan and Ray,
Love you guys.
I love you, Ethan. I mean, from the get-go, you were, like you said, you were surprised that I asked. There was no like if, ands, or buts about it. Like when we knew when we put this thing together, it was like we want Ethan. Like there's no years of Ursats and Henry, but on that same point of telling stories together at the LARP at Exadune, and knowing, as like, I not only do I know that he can bring comedy, but I know that he can bring serious, and your yes and improv ability to just turn it on and off, and just no matter what anybody throws at you, you literally are just like, let's go, let's run with it. No matter how ridiculous, like I'm gonna sell my soul, my true name for a hat. Even after are you sure? And it is the finest bucket in the gaff.
It was a fair trade. It was a fair trade.
Fair trade. I mean, but the stories told from it. Like, I mean, it was just too perfect. And I mean, but even the roll with the punches of Todd's wild machinations of Averin going, hey, do you want to be a warlock and tie into this weird, wild multiverse storyline,
and still be top of the list.
And I mean, in just having those moments is just, I mean, every time I get to tell a story with you as a player, as a GM, I mean, it's
one of the best things is your confidence in pushing the red button. Like, even if you know it's the wrong answer.
Yeah, we know it's like, he's gonna push the button. We're gonna put a button in front of him. He's gonna push it.
Yeah, yeah. And then as Harold as a character, it's just a lovable little shit is amazing. But putting those moral dilemmas and having you see the best in people as Harold and
Yeah, I
try
mean,
and fight
and
for people to do better. It's good.
It's those, and it's moments that we remember, like Renair and Harold. That moment of, I'm not gonna leave, you're not gonna leave, where it's not. It's moments like that where we're so immersed. It's Dustin and Ethan. It's it's things like that. It's the Harlequin and Harold. It's getting mad because it's you're envisioning Devin saying it, not this other character, but being able to pull those fast ones on you, like three strings is the Harlequin, and oh, he's still around, and oh, by the way, yeah, Ross is playing the Harlequin, Petunia. Gotcha. It's just phenomenal. And then to Ray, I mean, like you were always, I wanted you as a full-time cast member from the get-go. My Collector of Tears started with you many years ago with Kinsholm and that story arc. And so for you to get to come on finally and be in this story and not just a guest, I mean, it's you, like you said, I guess I'm on the ship now. I mean, we wouldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah.
Like the same with Lauren. We're so glad that we were able to technologically find a way to bring you on, so that way you can end this story with us. Because I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
But yeah, for
stories.
Petunia, like her love story with Harold, giving people hope in the bleakness that was our world. Very much like Vinley had and Seisha had love stories as well, but yours was prominent there the entire time. And it was nice to focus on that. But also it was fun, for Petunia to be the luckiest unlucky halfling. The only thing I wish for myself, and this is not against you, I wish I was better at Rue Goldberg machine thought processes, because I would have loved to say, like, in this moment you rolled this, but if you remember from 2 hours ago you picked up a book and a coin fell through the slot of wood and then blah 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 blah. I wish I could narrate that, and instead of the quick things that we had to do. But that was how I envisioned Petunia actually working with her luck, is a Rue Goldberg machine.
Yeah. Logan, I'm gonna just miss playing with you. I mean, there's from the moments when we played in our Star Wars game, where again, it's like we knew from the get go. It was like, all right, we want Logan in this to be able to tell stories with, because of those scenes, like you were saying, where it's screaming matches. Like the first time Logan and I played together, we played characters that ended up, basically hating each other, but then forming a bond through very similar to Voss and Harold in that sense. And it was like, I want to be able to tell stories. And then you blew us out of the water with your machinations.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to miss. Like, granted, Dragon Heist would not have been as long as it was. It probably would have been closer to 50, maybe 60 episodes instead of 97. But it added, you and your machinations added so much to the role of Waterdeep as a whole.
Yeah, it made Waterdeep the character that it became, because you forced us as DMs to think about the city itself, and not just the NPCs and beats that we were thinking about for our narrative.
Yeah.
And it really helped flesh it out and become what we wanted it to truly be in the get-go, where it's like you care about your surroundings, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without you and Voss's machinations.
Yeah,
I made it something everyone wanted to say.
Yeah,
that was the key.
Yep.
I'm also gonna miss Voss, because he's a beautiful villain, such a beautiful villain. Because when he lays out everything that he's doing and the reason why, you're like, I get it. You're wrong, but I get it. And those make the best villains. Because if you're just like a snively whiplash, mustache twirling, I'm evil because, you're just like, what's the point? Like there has to be something good. And you had such a compelling story that you were a beautiful heel.
Through and through. Ellie, I love you. I was your player first. I put you through the ringers. You took my wild ideas of, hey, let me crush myself and the audience, and then when I asked you, again, when Logan, had to leave, and when it came time, obviously, for Voss, and had to step away from the show, there was no other, it was no other choice. But I think Ellie is who we want. I think she's going to fill that role perfectly. And I had no idea what kind of character you were going to make. The only thing that we knew was that, we wanted to implement the threat of Gonadar and the world ender aspect. And so you had literally told me so much about your homeworld, and I wanted to find a way to bring that into our world, and so having that be the world that you came from, and just be like, just tell stories from your homeworld, whatever, it sounds great, but that allowed for such beautiful storytelling, and I am so glad that you were able to join us for this last year of the story.
I'll say what I loved about Karina is you being that other side of the coin for Voss, but the characters of this campaign when you joined in, had gotten to a point where they had lost a lot, and they were going through a lot of trauma, and they were forced with this destiny of either saving or damning the world, right? But in that, and that is a lot of weight, you lose sight when you're presented with that kind of threat. You lose sight of the everyday man's plight. And Karina was like, you can't forget that all the time. And it caused a lot of, there were scenes where the characters butted heads, but it was because the OG BFGs were like, there's this big threat. And Karina was like, yeah, but you're losing sight of what's important. And what's important are the people you're fighting for. And it was good having that grounding narrative with Karina's character.
And you told the story of how you came in and led with a D's nuts joke. That's not what cemented you into this story. It was you pulling out the marbles at the end of the episode that broke everyone, and it was at that moment that I was like, yeah, I knew I made the right. I knew we made the right choice. Because that was so beautiful and wonderful, and it was just like, okay, it was like, yeah. I mean, I everything that I just, it was just phenomenal. I don't even have words because it was so good, and moments like that I know that you, every time that you were in a scene, and even going through what you were going through, in the real world, being pregnant and dealing with what that entails. They never you still brought the performance of that character.
It was good
through through what the pain I know you were feeling, and your performance was phenomenal, and I'm so wonderfully happy that you were able to end this story with us.
Thank you.
Catkins, something you kept saying tonight has really stuck out that I wanted to bring up, and that is that you are a comical a comical performer, and you bring comedy, and the only thing that you really knew coming into this game was funny and slapstick and comedy.
I see that bet, and I raise you. You have to drink it in order for it to work.
So there is two moments that stand out.
That one is, you have to drink it, Harold, in order for it to work.
Without a doubt, hands down, Devin literally getting choked up just saying it.
It's good.
And the other
Yeah,
one
if you go back and watch, you can see everyone in deep pain. I have gone back and watched that, and you can see everyone in the room just wilt.
Oh my god, I'm getting teary-eyed thinking about that. Oh my god.
But the first time was in episode 2. barely into the game, so still in your I'm a comedy character, was V's first kill.
Yeah, I
Where she
forgot that.
killed
Like, this
a
isn't only just
Kinku.
kill
Yeah.
everyone.
Right.
And as soon as it happens, V throws her axe down and throws up.
Yeah.
That is not comedy.
That's real.
I had.
That's
Yeah.
real. And that level of thought into your you at those moments you think that you are a phenomenal comedic character and comedic timing, but you are 1,000 times more. There are so many times where you broke everyone at the table with your ability to show emotion and your acting to be dramatic and to be funny. And that balance of just to be able to walk into a scene and either make everyone die laughing or be gut-wrenching crushed is phenomenal.
Thank you.
And I there are those moments where I'll never forget. Like but those two moments alone, like the second episode where you made the character choice to throw down your axe and not just be a murder hobo.
Yeah. And that's so real.
And
So real.
I mean, there are interviews that Devin and I did early on where we literally quote that because it was so impactful, because it's like that is a realistic choice to be. And
yeah, mechanically and strategically in D&D combat, especially at level 1, terrible choice. Because you're the tank, you're the heavy hitter. You just decided to get out of the fight and let everybody else survive. But it was the most beautiful character choice.
Yep.
And I love it.
And the other one is the potion down Harold's throat.
Yeah.
And tears and lump in throat just thinking about that moment and that realistic performance. So
another very terribly a terrible strategic decision in that fight, but it was the most real and authentic choice anyone could have ever made.
Yep. And your ability to bring that type of narrative to this story, I mean, you're not just a comedic actor. You are a very well-rounded actor and role player. And we met on a silly Cartoon Network movie years ago.
Yeah.
And when Ethan said, "Hey, I have an idea for the final or for the last cast member, I have this friend named Katie Adkins." And I was like, "Wait, I know Katie Adkins."
Not only from Too Many Cooks, but also from this movie.
From Level Up.
From Level Up, this wild show that, and again, it's that, I mean, it's the fact that for 5 years we got to tell a story together that I will never forget, and we put a group of people who over half of you had never met before, had never played a game before, had never done anything. We did a test run
session
0 where we played your classes, but we ran Fan Delver just introductory, hey, let's see if we can even play together.
Yeah.
If this is even what you guys want to do.
Was that the one where we carved up the horses on the road?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
wait, that's also when we realized me and Logan actually had already met
Yep.
before.
That is absolutely true.
I forgot about that we did technically meet on also a hilarious
commercial
yet
shoot.
cringy project.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
the commercial shoot where you had
Hey.
metal arms.
Not cringy. I had metal arms.
Yeah.
It
Otherwise
was
not
funny.
cringy.
I mean, okay,
It was
like it was
brutal.
a funny, silly shoot is what I mean by
There
cringy.
you go.
And lastly, I want to go to Ross, who has been our production coordinator from the very beginning of this concept and this idea, where I was like, "Hey, I have this idea to do this thing," and you were just like, yes, let's do it. Let's make it happen. And then you came on and not only supported us and helped us just run the production, because we're costumers and art department guys and have really no idea when it comes to anything production related, and we figured it out. No thanks to you. And then you're phenomenal host for D4&After. Like, good lord, amazing.
Yes, thank you so much. And also, you let us get a double gotcha.
And you got to come in as a phenomenal Ashton.
What is it? Ashton something. You know, his name's Harlequin. That's what his name was.
He was just catching them all. That's all, guys.
Yeah.
Yep. It's so good.
But piggybacking off of Ross, we want to thank everybody that has helped us throughout the years, and there's a laundry list of people.
Yeah, we would not be here, like Devin and I said from the beginning. It was just gonna be webcams. I want to thank Rock Punch and Sammy Osborne Quintus
Quinones.
I knew I was gonna butcher it.
It's Cuban.
Who she is the reason why we are here. I mean, I literally Devin and I pitched the idea to her, and she was like, "This sounds fun. Let's do it." And made it happen. And then our wonderful technical directors over the years, Bailey Jones. We would not be here without Bailey. We love him so very much.
We love you, Bailey.
And it and Ian Muller and just everybody, Alex,
Nate,
big love for Alex, Sam
and Colton and everybody from Rock Punch, and other Alex, who was before Bailey, who was there for a while before he went off. And I mean, just over the years, we just have, our crew is our rock stars, and we would not be here without and been able to get through these 5 years without our crew. So we just wanted to give a very big thank you to them, as well as those who sponsored us and saw us from the very beginning. Beetle and Grimm and Eldritch Foundry, Idle Champions, Meeple Madness, all of them. Just thank you for seeing us through this,
forcing us to make this show.
Yep.
Because it was just going to be a webcam show of us in our kitchen or our dining room area.
Jess, she gave us food.
Oh yes,
1000%. Jess, we literally fed us. We would be very, very hungry without the amazing caterer that we had, and as well as our Mitra. But also all of our guests who came on. The 2020 was a rough year. We were forced to, we built this wonderful studio and set, and then we got to play in it for exactly
3 weeks, 3 episodes, I think.
No, it was we got to play in it for 2.5 months, and then we were forced to go remote. But because of that, we got Lauren, and we got Todd and Megan,
so many
and Hope and B Dave and a bunch of just wonderful guests that came on and helped tell this story.
We wish we could have had more. There were many people that we wanted to invite onto our game, but schedules and just timing didn't allow for it. If there's anybody that we have forgotten that have helped us throughout the years, we want to sincerely apologize that we're blanking on the name right now, but we want to thank you so much.
Can I do a shout out for some folks who did something as unsung heroes?
Sure.
Mama Strange and Neoma Rose put a lot of work in. God bless them. They put a lot of work into trying to put together a wiki.
They did.
And I think I'm one of the only people who saw what they did, and they put so much time and effort and love into it.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna do a big
you guys.
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
whole audience, like y'all.
Yeah,
y'all are the best BFFs ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a big post to thank everybody. I mean, all of our guests, Dave and Mark and everybody, and I mean, they're just yeah.
Yeah. I want to also thank Ashley for designing our website and all
I
of
mean,
that.
it's there's
Then
my brain is fried, and I know I'm gonna miss people, and I mean, and our merch moms who gave us our merchandise and have literally been our biggest supporters from the get go, and yeah.
All of that being said, if you haven't picked up on the tone, we do want to say that it has been an amazing ride, and we love all of you, especially all of our viewers and patrons and support that we've gotten over the years that have allowed us to do what we've done and gave us a reason to do what we've done. Includes our players and everyone that has helped us. But as for the foreseeable future, it does not look like there's going to be a campaign 2. Just a lot of life, having to focus on other things and making sure that we're taking care of ourselves mentally and financially and things like that.
Yep.
We're going to miss it a lot.
Yep, we are indeed. The strike hit Devin and I, all of us, pretty hard, and so we're there's a lot of recovery on this end, but as Orkira says,
goodbye does not always mean forever. This has been an amazing campaign, and you guys have been amazing players and people. We love you all.
Yeah.
Love everybody.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect place to say, like we said, goodbye doesn't mean forever, and but at least one more time.
Be excellent to each other.
May you always roll with advantage.